Might as well start this shit show. What's up, y'all? Happy birthday, Cassidy. Getting another animal tomorrow. Jesus Christ, Cassidy. How many fucking animals do you guys have? I mean, y'all got a lot. Y'all got a lot. Yes, Cassidy. It'll be, hey, Bobby. 5 dogs, 3 cats, chickens, ducks, and turtles. But the puppy is fine. Yes. When you get the new house set up. I'm going to spoil your fucking news. This shit better happen, though, Bobby. That's all I'm saying. Coming to visit, bitch. Dude, today has been a day. It's already been a day. I haven't gotten a proper workout in. I spent. Yeah, Bobby. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's what I'm down for. Fucking gives a shit about Louisiana. You better get that fucking job, Bobby. You better get that fucking job. Yeah. Literally spent an hour waiting for my doctor's appointment. This is always a pleasant experience, right? Fucking, oh, your appointment's at 3 o'clock. Oh, I'll be seeing you at 4 then. Yeah, Bobby, imagine that. A for 2. So I just went to get my snack tonight. Salad. Oh, good on you with her. I had some, like candied wild caught salmon from Alaska, like smoked, candied, sort of like brown sugar and like hardwood smoked, like wild caught salmon. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. I'm sorry. I took one small bite. I was like, oh God, it is so fishy. Like, this is just the definition of fishy. I couldn't do it. Got handed off to somebody else. Oh, Bobby forgot to mention the 3 tortoises and 3 bearded dragons. I mean, I'm not a fan of fish, period. You can candy anything with her. Yeah. You can candy anything. It's a process. To candy is a culinary process. No. Basically, it means to add cooked sugar for the most part. Yep. You can pickle anything too. Yeah, that's one of those weird ones for me as an American. Like pickles. You mean pickled cucumbers? Because that's what that is. Like, it's not. The fact that pickles became just a singular foodstuff item on this continent, and it's like, you do realize pickles is like a category. We don't even call them gherkins in this part of the world. Yeah, it's not even a thing here. Certain portions of the U.S. may do the gherkin thing, but for the most part, the South didn't, Northeast didn't, Southwest definitely doesn't, West Coast doesn't. Yeah. Here's your option. Shut the fuck up and have a conversation like a normal person. Because we're sitting here talking about food as we warm up and start the show. Or we just get rid of you. Right? Like, are you capable of having a normal conversation? Is that in your wheelhouse? Do you understand how to speak like a normal human being? Or do you just yell? Do you just walk around fucking yelling shit like beta randomly in people's faces as you walk down the street? Because if you can't, then I'm just going to remove you. Right? Like, that's just, if you're incapable of having a functional conversation with people, then there's no point in you being here. So, pickled cucumber and Kool-Aid is the thing down here. Hey, redneck. Oh, I like Lennon. Yeah, he's the fun one. Chillsicles, right? Redneck. Coolickles. Sorry, Coolickles. Yes, it's been a while since I've seen a Coolickle. But yeah, cherry Kool-Aid and dill pickles usually. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've seen those. Yeah. So yeah. Oh. Grape Kool-Aid. I never saw the grape ones. I only saw the cherry ones because I was in Tennessee. But you know, I got around Virginia, the Carolinas, Kentucky a bit. Yeah, the only ones I ever saw were the cherries, but that's the grape on top of. It's an interesting phenomenon, and it's not as weird as you think it is. When you have them. What kind of salad, Wither? I had friends who swore by drinking pickle juice during Tough Mudders. Cassidy, it's because it's chock full of electrolytes. It's chock full of electrolytes. It's just like less shitty Gatorade. Is that a death threat? Because that looks like a death threat. Hey, Crix. All right, well, reported. And feel free. I'm going to leave their name in chat for a minute, so you can do it as well. Anarchism isn't about that, and I'm not even going to begin to have that conversation with you. Have a good one. Catch you later. Honestly, I hope you grow up one day. I don't think you will, but I hope you do. Bye. I'd say we lost something, but we didn't. All we lost was an irritating troll. Parmesan chicken Caesar salad. Rock on. Info Warrior, because he who cannot compete in the marketplace of ideas generally resorts to threats of violence, right? When they can't get a proper rise out of you, when they can't get somewhere, they usually resort to death threats. Or in the case of some of the tankies, rape threats, or telling you that your mother should have aborted you and that she was a slut and a whore and shit like that, right? When they have inferior ideas, it's that's what they resort to. Danny, thank you for the gift sub and congratulations, Wither. Oh, redneck. Ed, Warrior comes with the fucking turf. Comes with the turf. Is what it is. It's usually just a sign of weakness. I mean, that's all I got. So the Josh Duggar, the we have way too many kids, quiverful, fucking, I don't know, a billion kids and counting, fucking pedophile. Pedophile. He's a pedophile, by the way. He's a pedophile. They let him out of jail. The judge literally said, "Don't make me regret it," before releasing him and sending him to a house full of children. Bobby, I think so, yeah. Yeah, Josh Duggar. Yeah. He's connected. He's you know, D-list famous. Yeah, the judge let him out. Seriously? Did they get banned already? Let me see. No, they're not purged. Warrior, I'm tired today too. They probably blocked you, Karina. That's you know. So where is, okay, there we go. I wanted the other one. Let me get this guy's name actually. Okay, so Donald Hartle. Donald Hartle, age 55, if that matters to you, he's in Nevada. He's a Las Vegas resident. He was charged on 2 different counts. He pleaded guilty to one charge of voting more than once in the same election. This is the guy who wanted to prove that the elections were rigged. So he used his dead wife's ballot and submitted it. And of course they caught him. I've told you guys before, Nevada's like vote by mail system is efficient. It's good. Like, it's good. If your state doesn't do vote by mail and you want to know how to do it properly, send them to Nevada. Like, we've been doing it for ages. And so like, just send them our way. We'll teach them how to do it. So they caught him, of course. It's like, she's dead. Why is her ballot here? So he was sentenced. He got probation and was fined $2,000. He did this intentionally. He did it with malicious intent. Crystal Mason, who accidentally voted twice in Texas in good faith, she accidentally voted in Texas, not realizing that she wasn't eligible to vote due to a 2011 fraud conviction. She got 5 years. Okay? Oh, just FYI, good old Donald is a white boomer. He's actually Gen X, technically. Maybe? High-end Gen X. He's a white dude, and Crystal Mason was a black chick in Texas. Just FYI, if you're wondering why one of these may have gotten probation and a fine, and the other one got 5 years, you know, and one of them did it intentionally, and one of them did it in good faith. Just you know, something to mention, something to bring up. Thought I'd mention it. Nevada's just good at catching crooks. Lots of practice. We are. We're pretty fucking good at it. No. Wither, 'cause reasons. Are we just calling it the Kenosha trial now? Redneck? Dude, it's a bad shoot. It's a bad shoot. It's a bad shoot. It's a bad definition of a bad shoot. It's a definition of a bad shoot. Like, if I had a kid, like, that is everything I would tell them not to do, right? Like, this is, I've taught these classes before, like CCW and safety classes, right? Like, this is everything we would tell someone not to do, right? Are you in legal possession of the firearm? Questionable. No, probably not. Will you be crossing state lines? Yeah. Will you be intentionally placing yourself in harm's way? Yeah. It's a bad shoot. He's gonna get away with it. Don't get me wrong. Like, in the moment, yeah, it's self-defense. Like, if we isolated everything else, from this scenario, the fact that he has a violent past already, he's caught on video sucker punching some chick in high school, there's video of him talking about how he wants to shoot black people. Like, if we isolate all of the other factors and talk about that singular moment in time, then yeah, it's a self-defense plea. Perfectly viable. But everything else leading up to that singular moment is the definition of a bad shoot. I would never want anyone to be in that situation, right? Like, if I don't mean like his life was in danger bullshit. I mean, literally as a firearm owner. Like, if you proposed those sets of like qualifiers to me and said, what do you think would happen if I pull the trigger? I'd be like, you're doing time, homie. You're going to be fucking doing time. Like, I would warn you off of that plan very quickly. Like, do not fuck around like that. Prosecution overreached. Prosecution's phoning it in. The judge is biased. The jury pool has probably been poisoned already. He's gonna get an outright acquittal, if not a mistrial. And I'll be surprised if prosecution refiles for a mistrial. So there's my answer. Kool-Aid. Kez, what's up? I'm tired. How y'all doing? We just kicked the one idiot to the curb. The fucking Lenin died a capitalist. He started issuing death threats. So we had to get rid of him. Kool-Aid, nah. Expect a mistrial or acquittal. Don't. There won't be. I wouldn't expect probation even. None of that gets factored in this case. None of that gets factored in this case. So everything's been disallowed by the judge. The framing and scenario have been set. So at the end of the day, none of that matters. The only thing on trial, per the judge's instructions, is that singular moment, is that shoot itself. Was he justified in shooting looters and rioters who were violently attacking him or threatening him with a gun? Which, by the way, the other guy did have a gun and probably shouldn't have been in possession. From what I understand, he was a convicted felon. I mean, we can talk about felon restoration rights and how that shouldn't be a thing in the first place aside, but for the context of this discussion, the dude who was packing heat, like, that's a whole fucking thing. Well, see, Ace, here's the issue. As somebody who's taught firearms classes in his life, generally speaking, for a self-defense plea, if you knowingly and intentionally place yourself in harm's way, it nullifies the self-defense claim in most instances. This is why I started this conversation when talking to Kool-Aid Redneck, who asked the question from that position and that viewpoint, that, like, this is the definition of a bad shoot. If I were instructing someone and this was the scenario, I'd be like, you're doing time. Fucking don't do that. You're doing time. Like, there's multiple instances in this court case that could have nullified his claim to self-defense, but they've disallowed all of them. So he's guaranteed to walk. But yeah, like knowingly and intentionally placing yourself in harm's way generally nullifies a self-defense plea, unless there's like extenuating circumstances to why you brought yourself into harm's way. But for a 17-year-old to cross state lines, which his mother drove him apparently, but for a 17-year-old to cross state lines to knowingly and intentionally place himself in harm's way, dude, huge fucking red flags. Huge red flags. I would warn any student to never put yourself in that position. Yeah, actually, that is Ace. That is a disqualifier for self-defense pleas. Oftentimes, yes, if you knowingly and intentionally place yourself in harm's way. Yes. Yeah, many states have used that as a rubric for years and years and years and years and years. Kez. Depends what part of my body we're talking about. 3 to 5. Excel. We're all products of our environment to one degree or another. Oh, why are 2 of those open? And now not 1. What is going on here? There we go. It's pretty difficult not to argue that to Ace. Like, I didn't know I would be harmed when I intentionally armed myself for self-defense and engaged in what I willingly and knowingly characterize as rioting. Right? Like, it's difficult to, because you understand riot has a legal context to it. The fact that they allowed it to be described as those people as rioters means that there's an affirmative defense going on with the defense. And so they're saying that, yes, in fact, these are violent people. So he knowingly engaged. He traveled across state lines to knowingly engage in a violent scenario. I'm telling you, I would never let any of my family owned and ran firearms training facilities, right? Like that's a thing. It's part of my family history. My stepfather's an FFL. Because he felt the need to arm himself outright. Yeah. Yeah. That's but like the scenarios leading up to that shoot are a nightmare. I would warn any single student to never engage in that behavior. It never. You're asking for trouble. It's just a confluence of events that have led up to now that make it so it's going to be a mistrial at most. You could see an outright acquittal, but it's it's a likely mistrial. Oh, I mean, the judge is biased. Yeah, the judge has shown bias from day one. Nice, Cassidy. Yeah, I mean, yeah. The judge has been borderline incompetent at times and definitely biased. Prosecution overreached on the charges and has been basically fumbling the football the whole way through, to the extent where you could almost argue that the prosecution is acting as like ad hoc defense team members. Oh, it's a fucking shit show. It's an absolute shit show. And like, yeah, for sure, mistrial at most. You're adorable. How does his history not prove that he may have an inherent bias here? In fact, this is literally in character for him. This isn't a step out for him. This is exactly what he does traditionally. Like how Gemma. Do we even need to do the work? Yeah, saw that one earlier today. Yeah, that one got me going. But University of British Columbia, Vancouver, they're doing the Lord's work. Okay. So there is an old Doug Stanhope routine about how like all the drugs now are dummy drugs and we need new exciting drugs. Like forget fighting drugs. We need new exciting drugs, right? University of British Columbia, Vancouver trained a computer to predict molecular structure of new drugs, but they didn't just fucking like, oh, hey, you know, we're putting in like hydrocodone and shit like that. No. They used data from around the world on illicit drugs. Then they used an AI that they trained up to predict molecular structures of new potential drug, molecular structures of drugs that have not been created yet. They came up with 8.9 million different chemical designs. We could be entering an era of unexplored territory, right? We used to have to rely on like the intuition of people like Alexander Shulgin, right? Who's just a brilliant chemist and entheogen creator unto his own right, right? The fucking neural network comes up, start fucking popping out. Just here you go. I ask, yeah, they turned it on basically, and they immediately came up with 196 newly created designer drugs. Like, and poof, we've got nearly 200 brand new ones, right? Like just like that. They are doing the Lord's work in Vancouver right now. That's all I'm saying. Oh, thanks for the followers. Oh, Gemma, who the fuck knows? I don't know, actually. Given that it was a university that created the algorithm, potentially not. I don't know what Canada's deal with like university created technologies and how that goes. But theoretically it could be public domain. I don't know. We'll have to see. So, Apple has announced self-repair service. It is official. Apple has finally caved to outside pressure. They're just trying to get ahead of the right to repair legislation. I guarantee you, that's all they're doing. They're trying to get ahead of the right to repair legislation. You can place an order for Apple genuine parts and tools using the Apple self-service repair online store. Following repair, customers can return their used parts for recycling and receive a credit. The new store, it's only working on iPhone 12 and 12 and up. 200 individual parts and tools, enabling customers to complete the most common repairs. They also are kicking down with software that will aid in the sort of like locking and unlocking and retooling like they have access to, so that your phone won't shut down because you put a new screen on it. So that's a thing. We finally got there on that one. Gemma, we shall see. Don't know yet. Here's the announcement from Apple themselves. But the store page for self-repair is not set up yet. So don't know yet, Cassidy. The prediction is that it's going to be prohibitively expensive, but we'll see. Yeah, Crimson. Yep. Yeah, you have to have a monthly subscription to repair your phone. So a lawsuit has been filed, City of Miami. This is happened a couple of years ago now. A few years ago now. The gentleman they've officially filed a lawsuit at this time. Samuel Scott Jr. is suing the city and 5 police officers. One, Jonathan Guzman, Michael Bloom, Brandon Williams, Miguel Hernandez, and Randy Carriel. Unlawful search, false imprisonment, malicious prosecution. Why is it doubling these up? What is going on here? Oh, it's because there's actually 2 bots running. So Mr. Scott called the Miami Police Department to report his Jeep Compass being stolen. For those of you who don't know, a Compass is a style of Jeep. It's a smaller Jeep. It's bigger than a Wrangler, smaller than a Grand Cherokee. It's kind of a light Jeep, right? He called the city to report his Jeep has been stolen. The responding officers arrested him for stealing his own vehicle. Yeah. Is he a black man? Yes. Is the arresting officer a white man? Yes. The description of the guy who took off in your car is just like yours, but that's half of Miami, Scott replies back in the video. He was charged with leaving the scene of an accident, false reporting of a crime, failure to carry a concealed weapon license, and possession of marijuana. FYI, all charges were dropped by the state attorney's office. They literally trumped up a bunch of charges too. And the fucking DA just was like, oh, fuck. Drop them all. They arrested this dude for stealing his own car and then added a bunch of fucking trumped up charges. Oh, Florida. I just, Florida. They're special. But if his car isn't anywhere near him, how could he be stolen? How? Oh, caboose. By using black magic. I know, right? Oh, stress. You're adorable. I love people who literally try and monetize everything, who see their world through that lens. Everything should be monetized. If I'm not making money right now, it's a waste of my time. That's just, it reminds me of Stockholm Syndrome. Right? Like he started to identify with his aggressor, with his hostage taker. Right? Like, yeah. You like turn the corner and you're simping for them at that point. It's like, holy shit, man. Get a fucking life. Right? Like, oh shit, I'm hiking in the woods to have a day off. How can I monetize this? Right? Oh, I'm meditating. How can I monetize it? Oh, we're protesting. How can it be monetized? Public, some genius came in and was like complaining about how leftists don't monetize things. All the time and energy leftists spend on arguing, complaining, and smoking weed could easily be monetized instead. Right? Like, imagine living your life that way. That just, if it isn't monetized, it's not worth doing. It just... energy spent on attacking people could be monetized as well. I mean, doesn't Hassan make like $800,000 doing that? Isn't he one of your fabled leftists? Recreational, right? Vosh has monetized it. Destiny has monetized it. It seems that also isn't the media like an inherently like leftist bias? Like, isn't the media completely controlled by leftists? Isn't that usually right wingers' interpretation of the media? So like, isn't Hollywood a giant leftist organization by your definition? Right? Like, it seems like leftists usually like are a bunch of lazy fucks who are also constantly busy taking over the globe. and running like global subversive campaigns, right? Which one of these, just stop me when I get it right or wrong here. You know, which one is it? Are leftists a bunch of ineffective, lazy stoners who sit around doing nothing but complain? Or are we these secret cultural Marxists who are taking over the globe? Right, because running a global subversive campaign to literally unseat all of the world's governments and economic systems seems to be a bit of a task. So I'm just trying to figure out. Later, Kaz. Sleep well. I'm just trying to figure out which one it is. That's all. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure it out. Or could we, as Umberto Eco pointed out, that usually this is the language of fascists? That the enemy is both weak and strong simultaneously. That's a good policy, public. It's a good policy. It's your room, right? It's your room. If I want to be drunk here, I'm going to be drunk here. Ah, yes. Fair enough, Kez. Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure it out. In basically a first, 2 Minneapolis police officers have been denied qualified immunity. It got struck down at the federal appeals court. Officer cannot claim qualified immunity. The cop shot 2 service dogs in their owner's backyard. Showed up and shot the dogs. They survived the shooting, but they're unable to continue their jobs as service animals since the incident. And yeah. So, like, as is tradition, I suppose, it needs pointing out that white people will protect dogs before we'll protect black people, huh? Qualified immunity would be upheld if this were a black kid that got shot. But since it's 2 dogs, qualified immunity got struck down. It needs pointing out at least. Hey, resolution. Dogs. Beastical. Dogs. Kez, go to bed. Resolution, I could use another one today, frankly. Dogs. They kill an average of, I think, let me check the average these days. Hold on. Okay, so we're kicking around the Justice Department. Justice Department has it around 25 dogs a day. About 10,000 per year. Yeah. Interesting nonsense. So there you go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, canine deaths. The majority of canine deaths aren't done by externality. It's usually the cops that fuck up and kill their dogs. It's almost like giving an abusive personality type charge over, you know, submissive entity such as a dog results in harm done to the dog. Who would have guessed? Yeah, dude, public. I've got an essay breaking those statistics down about the cops. Mine was from like 2019 to 2020. But like, I mean, now that COVID's a thing, the number one cause of deaths to cops is just COVID across the board. They're killing themselves. That's, more so than they already did, by the way. Yeah. Let's see. For Deuce. Sometimes nature just finds a way. Let's see. What else? Oh yeah, Lauren Boebert's fucking ex-campaign manager was raided by the FBI. Apparently, election tampering probe in Colorado. So, that's a thing. Yep, Caboose, it is a delicious irony. Yeah. Being a cop is one of the most dangerous jobs in the country. It's not, by the way. COVID isn't a big deal. It hardly kills anyone. COVID's the #1 cop killer. Dude, when's COVID's gangster rap album dropping? I mean, like, COVID cop killer coming this November, right? Like something like that. COVID-19 cop killer. Oh, it's not even on the list for Twos. It's not even on the list. Cop, most dangerous job in the U.S. after lumberjack, construction worker, and pizza delivery worker. No, there's just literally, I have the top list, like the top 20 list on my website. They don't make the list. Like, they're not anywhere near the list. They're absolutely ridiculous. I think being a cop is less dangerous than a defenseless baby. You know? Here's the list. And if you're wondering where the list comes from, the list comes from AdvisorSmith Insurance Analysis Group, and then all of my statistics were based off of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund. So I figured they'd be the most generous with their numbers. Loggers, fishers, sailors, oilers, pilots, flight engineers, paving, surface operators, dredging, excavating, derrick rotary drill, service unit, gas and mine, oil and gas and mining, transportation workers, roofers, maintenance workers and machinery, woodworkers, septic tank servicers, refuse and recyclable collectors, iron and steel workers, drivers, truck drivers, farmers, ranchers, rail track layers and maintainers, reinforcing iron and rebar workers, riggers, first line supervisors of farm, fishery, and forest workers. Cops don't even land near them. Cops, after you do the math, 0.0058% of the police officers employed were violently killed in the year 2019. All right. It's absolutely absurd. Exactly, public. Exactly. Yeah, Chaotica, yeah. All those jobs are, by and large, more dangerous than being a police officer. Aw, are you feeling your white replacement theory fucking just starting to crop up recreational? But my white male, my buttery males. Are you feeling threatened by the scary brown people breeding faster than you? Poor Pookie. Poor Pookie. They do, public. They really, really do. Anyway. All right. I am completely familiar with her. Yes. Nonsense. You're about to get a reaction from a few people in chat. Just by mentioning that name. But yes. Fertiz, did you know did you know dealing with heavy loads statistically makes you at risk for work-related accidents? My therapist, are you saying I should ask for a hazard bonus? Gino, thanks for the follow. Public, yeah, for sure. Most people don't know who Blair White is. Most people don't. It's just the online, terminally online that are aware. What? White males must attack each other to demonstrate their opposition to white males. You're adorable with your victim complex recreational. Crimson, white replacement theory. Basically the whites are being undermined by social Marxists and feminists and the gay mafia, and fucking slowly but surely that the only thing that the only thing that you can discriminate against in society is a white cisgendered heterosexual male. We're the only oppressed group anymore, and by we I do not mean me, but you know, I'm speaking as him. Yeah. It's fucking worthless. Oh, lovely. I almost forgot that was a thing for a blissful moment. Right? Oh, you know what, that fucking meme. This calls for that meme. So you're gonna find it. Boo. I'm gonna save that the next time I see it making the rounds. All right, let's look at it. What is it? Resetwars.com. I mean, it's not loading. All right, let's see it.
You know what Mark Zuckerberg's doing. It came out more than 5 years ago in his own company documents when whistleblowers warned the world that he was trying to isolate people to be only on Facebook and to be depressed and alone so that avatars or fake computer identities would be their only friends, thus taking full control of the user's mind. That's just a beta test for what's now rolling out with Facebook claiming ownership of the metaverse and buying up hundreds of VR companies, and now trying to force its users and employees to solely live in a fantasy world controlled and orchestrated by Zuckerberg and the organizations that he works with. This priest class wants to lock us in our five senses here in the third dimension. And to do that, they're creating an artificial electronic prison or matrix to seduce us into giving up control of our bodies.
Okay. Nonsense. Get on the air. Nonsense. Get on the fucking air. There's no way we don't riff on this. There's no way we don't fucking riff on this. This is hilarious. This is amazing. Oh my God. All right. So one, just miss me with all that secret fascist shit, fucking Cyberheart, wherever the fuck you are, whoever that douchebag is. I love this. This is exactly why I still have a soft spot for Alex Jones, right?
Yeah, he's fun.
He knows. Look, this guy is. Oh my God! Like, just stay the fuck away from school shootings.
Yeah,
AJ. Like, holy shit!
He's the party.
Yeah, like there are moments where Alex Jones is like solid entertainment, right? Like solid entertainment. Hugely problematic individual that like needs removed from our society, probably. But there are these moments like this that are just amazing. Interesting. Thank you, public.
He just mentioned it in this thing in Tim Pool's RV. And like I went to it, and you got a totally different thing than me. Like all I have here, I'll send you. Like,
see, if you search for Reset Wars on DuckDuck, what you get is the InfoWars post about what is Reset Wars, and on there they have a fucking video about it.
He actually has a website though, and it just has a waiting list, and I'm like, waiting list for what?
I don't know, but I want in.
Well, it's right there. I just sent you another link that should take you to the. That's the only thing I got.
Nice. Okay. All right. I'm going to, they just don't have their fucking, let me guess. Hold on. Yeah, they just don't have fucking proper CNAME redirection going. Holy shit. Hold on. There's no fucking way that I don't sign up for this. This is,
yeah, I almost signed up. I almost signed up on the air last night, but I'm like, let me wait a minute.
Let me create an email for this. Add me to that waiting list, baby. Yes, because I need to know what the fuck this is about. This is some wacky ass shit. I love. He immediately goes to the priest class shit. What's up, Gino?
Yeah.
This is where he also can. I just hold on.
Priest class trapping you in the in your five senses in the 3 dimensions.
Yeah, like this is that fucking kooky nut weirdo shit.
And our minds. This is the greatest deception ever. Evil is digging in because it knows humanity is waking up, and that group consciousness
is
forming, and that we are beginning to transcend the third dimension. Everything that's being launched against us is an attempt to hold us in the third dimension and not just enslave us, but finally completely destroy us and absorb our energy into this system they're building. This is beyond a satanic ritual. This is beyond anything you read about in science fiction, because this is actually happening in the real world today. And we have discovered their secrets. We've discovered how to stop them, and we have put it all together in an easy to understand system that gives you the tools to not just
subscription based,
But
subscription based. The fact that he's describing it as a system, I'm calling it now. It's a subscription based service.
Witness this for yourself to understand. You are the leaders of the future that must go to the next level so that you and I and others working together can free the rest of humanity before they get trapped in this artificial matrix system the globalists are building.
All I'm offering is the truth.
The film The Matrix, made in 1999, is not original. Documents came out in 1990 from the late 1970s where NASA and DARPA were developing a plan very similar to The Matrix. And all that information is now public. They're attempting to seduce us to give up our five senses, not just holding us in the third dimension.
No, I see. This is
creating an artificial.
Is he on a golf course?
So that they can
I think so.
Or
it may be his property.
Slaves. Humanity are not robots, no matter how many times Ray Kurzweil and the social engineers tell us this. But they are trying to turn us into robots. That's why in December of 2021, we are launching Reset Wars. Find out more information at resetwars.com.
There's no information there, but
oh my god, I can't wait. I can't wait to see what kind of grift this turns out to be. That's amazing.
I think it's gonna be fun, whatever it is. He seemed like he's in a good mood. He's a little chubby right now. I think he's been stress eating.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Is if he would only use his powers for good, right? Like if that would be amazing. I would look forward to that.
I really miss pre-Trump Alex.
Holy shit! The email they send out confirmed. You're on the list. Congratulations, you're in. You're on our waiting list. You'll be the first to hear all about Reset Wars, a revolutionary training course when we launch. Reply to this email with yes if you're excited. Talk soon, Alex Jones. I mean, I have to reply yes. Like...
Oh, I just got one too. And it's from Alex.
Yeah.
At goresetwars.com.
Yeah, let's go check Go Reset Wars now. Because we have a new domain. Nope, nothing.
3500 South DuPont Highway, Dover, Delaware.
Yeah, oh yeah. It's there. The company is registered in Delaware. Corporate protection.
I wonder if that's the same LLC that owns Russia.
So the registrar is Namecheap, and the privacy service is run out of Iceland.
Eight Crimson 8 says, Kai, please don't get caught in a pyramid scheme.
Oh, I'm dude, I'm signing up, right? I'm gonna be that first fucking tier of the pyramid scheme. No, I will not get caught in a pyramid scheme, but I want to know what he's up to, right? Alex Jones runs like kind of mega grifts.
Yeah.
He runs some mad fucking grift. So Crix, no, it's the email address is literally the fucking Kai's Reset Wars. Right? Like yeah. It's a pseudonymous email address.
I'm just letting them email my show. Here.
I didn't get an email back from my response of yes, and I'm hurt. Big head. Potentially.
But yes, Alex.
Start emailing regularly. Alex, are you there, Alex? Alex, I think they're following me. I looked outside.
The production value in that video is really good.
No, he's got an entire fucking production team. Right? Like that's a thing for him. His production qualities are decent.
Alex, I have an Oculus. I think I know what you're talking about.
Alex, I'm diving into the Matrix, Alex. I'm gonna fight him from the inside, Alex.
I feel like the whole like Michael Flynn people on like the Bards FM on Podbean all call themselves digital soldiers, you know, and that's what Flynn calls them, digital soldiers. So I wonder if we're gonna be like VR soldiers for Alex. We're like gonna invade Zuckerberg spaces and just be obnoxious. VR trolls, that'd be fun.
I mean, hey narrator. Thank you, recreational VR ninjas.
I think my neighbor is deep state. Please respond.
Alex, I'm wearing the Great Reset T-shirt. Men in suits are following me. Are you sure this is it? This is legit? Okay, narrator, stop eating Skittles. Now, stop. Put them down. Put them out of sight. Get them out of your line of sight.
You need butter.
Dude, that's amazing. I can't wait. So December, Adia, 12-month anniversary. Look at that. Fucking Adia with the poggers on that one. That means Adia officially gets the pink Anarchy A, which is the most coveted and highly sought after version of the Anarchy A.
How do you color code your shit? You're so much better at this than me.
Yes, pink. Yeah, I forget the various tiers, but it's basically the LGBT flag, but with a couple of colors removed because they didn't give me that many options. No. But public, stop encouraging them, public. Yeah, dude, I can't wait to see what this is about. It's a fucking training course, right? Like, I mean, yeah. I may expense this shit. Right, like this is depending on how much this costs. Like if this is a $30 sort of, or if this is $50 or under sort of expenditure, the show's buying that training course. Like 100%, we're doing this. Like there's no fucking way I don't do the Alex Jones Reset Wars virtual warrior fucking cyber fucking satanic ritual, like, you know, agent course. Like I'm doing that. Like there's no way I'm not doing that.
Yeah, we're watching this thing last night that's in Tim Pool's RV, and Joe Rogan and Alex is there, and Alex just fucking launches into this weird thing just like out of the fucking blue, and it's like, oh, Alex is back, and then he's like resetwars.com, and I'm like, fuck yeah, I gotta see what's going on.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see what the fuck, what just shit show this is gonna be. I can't wait for those. If anybody does watch Cuckoo Nut, like I don't know if any of you are absolute masochists, but if you do, if you stumble into his channel here in like 3-4 months and start comparing notes, like you see how much of it overlaps. It's fucking Venn.
But Alex is going to be a lot more coherent.
Venn diagram will just be a circle. There'll be a Great Reset survival kit that'll come in basic, survival, dominate, and extreme flavors. It'll be fucking. Oh God, I can't, dude. I'm excited now. I want to fucking.
I know it's something to look forward to. Yeah.
It is. It's legitimately something to look forward to. I'm looking forward to seeing what AJ's next grift looks like. This is gonna be, because it's supposed to like defeat the satanic matrix rituals and shit like that, right? It's supposed to enlighten you to some degree so you can transcend the fucking third dimension, right? That's what this is about. He explicitly stated it, after all. I can't wait to get my hands on it. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, December can't come soon enough. I think I'm just gonna go to sleep until December.
Our platinum members will receive a signed e-tool and copy of AJ's book. Oh, nice. Glad you enjoyed that, Crimson. Yeah, this is, dude, I can't wait to see what's in this shit. I'm calling it now. It's a subscription service, right? Like he needs recurring income. And it's probably a new fucking corporation that has no ties to him whatsoever, legally speaking. And so, like, he can create another source of income here that can't be tapped by the various lawsuits that are coming his direction. That
he got ruled against, didn't he? Like yesterday or the day before?
He lost all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
fucked. I mean, a new one just came down like a yesterday or something.
First 1,000 subscribers gets one of the Reset Wars NFTs. Are you kidding me? I'd fucking do that. Right?
Oh, I guess Miramax is suing Quentin Tarantino for doing Pulp Fiction NFTs.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Narrator, put down the bag. Yeah, I 100%, dude. I would get in on that. Fucking, if I got one of like the first 1,000 like Reset War NFTs, I'd just fucking wait like 6, 12, 18 months and then just sell that on. Dude, those schmucks will fucking buy it in no time. Dude, one of those NFT guys will probably take it off my hands for like triple the price right out of the gate and speculate on it. Right? Like,
this is going to be great for your cred too, because you'd be like, I'm an ordained minister. I'm certified in Reset Wars. What the fuck do you want?
I'm an Alex Jones certified Reset Wars, like a virtual shaman or some shit like that, right? Like it's I carry the rank of virtual shaman with. He's such a fucking grifter. No. I mean, do you think that losing to the Taliban has inspired these long, scraggly beards that so many right-wing American men are wearing now? No. Okay.
I just don't like to shave. It takes too much fucking time. It's already been established on this show that I used to not even own a fucking bed. Okay?
Love that, by the way. Still. Oh. I think lockdown did that. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's pretty much what happened too. Are you jealous that your virgin chin cannot see the shadow of a facial hair? Yeah, mine
first got out of.
Mine filled out a little. I still can't. I can grow a decent one. Look, I can't grow a really decent beard, but I can rock the stubble look solidly now. Just because of like the testosterone supplementation, really. It filled out after I started boosting the testosterone. I did take myself from like high to super high just to like fill out the stubble a little bit. Still can't do a proper beard. Or
when I went back to work for the first time in 2 months after we shut down for 2 months, people were asking me, how did you get your hair cut? And I'm like, what? And they're like, how did you get your hair cut? And I'm like, well, my wife has these dog clippers and she fucking like turns it on and goes, bzzz, and it fucking go. This conversation I had like 5 times because people were like, how? And they're like, well, how did you do it? And I'm like, well, she just went over and then like I would do it and it'd just be like, bzzz, like it's no, like, you know, how did you learn to do that? Well, you fucking turn the thing on and it's got like a little dilly and I just shaved my. Can you see the top of my fucking head? It's a disaster up there. But they were all amazed that you could do that. And I'm like, yeah, you don't need. Why the fuck are we having this conversation? You know.
I love this question I just got. Recreational Stress asked me, Kai, you're a biological male, no? Recreational, I am. Kai is an experience, exactly, right? I am not any singular thing. I am a transcendent experience delivered to you from the 11th dimensional angels. Yeah.
This is all just AI.
Yeah.
This is all just generated by AI.
You don't interact with me so much as you just sort of do me like you do a drug, right? Like you take LSD, you take psilocybin, you take Kai, right? And then it's a transformative entheogenic process. It's an experience unto itself that is it is ethereal and ineffable unto itself, right? The words will escape you.
You should try Kai with cinnamon.
I have seen that one, Buddhist. Buddhist showing me some of the shit that you got shown the other night.
Is that the? Yeah. That one kills me.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw that when I saw that one. Fuck it, somebody put that on like Discord or something.
That's the best one. The rock one fucking just killed me.
Sorry if that's a crazy question. So not the 10th dimensional angels or the 12th dimensional ones. Prime ordinal dimensions for the win, I guess. It's got to be the 11th dimension, Gemma. That's where I project my consciousness from. Yes, this is a third dimensional projection of my 11th dimensional consciousness, and this is. I swear to God.
And Story Girl, I slept on the floor for like 26 years. Right?
Yeah,
that's. I was committed early. I was like, well, fuck you. I know a loophole into not making my bed. I'm just not gonna fucking sleep in it.
Fuck making my bed. Get rid of the bed. Yeah, and recreational, though it is technically none of your business. I share enough of my I've done that, narrator. Like I've literally done that. I can understand at least the question and where it's derived from. Yes, I am biologically, I am assigned male at birth. I am biologically male, however you wish to describe me. I've got the rod and tackle. However this is necessary for you. But I choose to supplement my testosterone levels because I'm over the age of 35, and after 28, basically your testosterone levels start to fucking, and having higher testosterone levels makes exercise recovery easier. It makes life a little more enjoyable. So how many hooks are in my line? I mean, as of now, there's one piece of metal down there. I'm like, I may add more. Should you take ayahuasca?
You should get your dick pierced with like a symbol hanging underneath, and then you should get your balls pierced with another symbol. So when you like hump the air, it chimes. Like,
There is, I mean, you could do a transscrotal, for sure. Narrator, yeah, that's rough. That's rough. It hasn't affected my hairline whatsoever. I have a weird divot here anyway. Like here, I've shown my hairline, right? I have a weird like punchback. My mom has it as well. Like this is just my hairline. Like this is my mature hairline. Doesn't fucking move, even with supplemented testosterone. So it just is what it is.
Are you talking shit?
Poor Baldy. Testosterone equals toxic masculinity. No. Getting my dick pierced would be a weird cry for help. Why? I mean,
Like if you did it yourself, like in an alley, and you were like, ah, yeah.
like, but I mean, it's a good look. I enjoy it. It's not revolutionary, but it's look, after you've had your dick for a few decades, right? And there's, you get everything gets boring eventually. Why not add something new? I thought it was fun. Gotta pierce the sack, man. I know a dude on Reddit who has like a couple of like a big ass, like a gauged out transscrotal. Like I'm not kidding you. It's like this. It's literally a transscrotal about yay big. So like you see those giant gauged out hoop earrings, just imagine that on your sack, right? Balls pushed to either side of the transscrotal. Yeah. Yeah, he's an interesting dude. So like, yeah, he can literally take his package and fucking like through, right? You just take his dick and put it through the hole in his sack. It's a trip. It's a trip.
Yeah.
Resolution. I love humans sometimes, dude. I started exploring like the mentality of the body mod scene again recently. Like before I started, before I went down the like, you know what, I kind of always wanted to get a PA anyway. So let's just get a dick piercing, right? Like what's holding you back? Like don't be a bitch about it. Like just do it, right? Yeah, it's gonna hurt, it's gonna bleed, but it'll heal. And so why not? Right? What's holding you back? If you have the urge, follow it, right? Spent fucking a decade plus not following those sorts of urges that I should have been following, right? So I started exploring the body mod mentality. And since I ascribe to transhumanism anyway, I was like, you need to get over this hump. Prince Albert. It's a type of genital piercing. And so I was like, you know what? That's a good first step, right? Getting your dick pierced. Like for a dude, that's a good get over it. Get over your stupid body, like, you know, bullshit. Just do it. Prince Alberts have been around for longer than you have been born. You have existed recreational. Just because you're older doesn't mean you should know what this is by now. But if you want to know, it is a tube gets inserted down the urethra. That's a retaining tube or a capture tube. And then right behind the glands, right behind the head, right, a needle gets put up through it into the urethra, into the pee hole, and captured by that retaining tube. And then pulled out, tube comes out, and a piercing gets threaded through that hole out the tip of your dick, and that's a Prince Albert. So, yeah. Here we go. You only know one guy who claims to have one, and he's usually in crisis. Okay. Yeah. Passing kidney stones might be rough. Passing kidney stones would be rough no matter what. Peaky. Basically, you're dealing with like the last inch, maybe. And it doesn't impede you in any way. It can make peeing standing up a little messier because the bar on the way out can like capture the stream, and it can sort of, you know, as you like take a straw or a rod or something and run water on it, you know, it can, due to surface tension, it can hold on the bar to a certain extent. So it can cause a dribble. You just like go further over the toilet or just sit to pee. Other than that, no. Yes, I am familiar with that one, narrator. Yeah, Crimson. It's really, it adds a sensation too. I mean, it does create a new sensation. I would never sit here and like blow smoke up your ass and say that it's revolutionary and that like, oh my God, every dude must run out and get this done. It's so mind blowing. It's not. But like I said, after you've had your piece for a few decades, right? A new sensation. Hey, I'll take that. Yeah, wither, basically. Like a little bit of confirmation bias there too. Last guy I saw had who had a tattoo had daddy issues, so now I'm going to apply that to all people with tattoos. Don't they have vibrating heads for piercings? I mean, I know of like cock rings that have like vibrating nodes on them, but I don't think I've seen a piercing that does that specifically. When I gauge up, because I'm going to gauge up, This is what I'm going to gauge up to. A segment ring. Right now, it's a CBR. It doesn't really make a lick of difference recreational.
Did you see the Paul Gosar tweet that he just got censored for?
Yes, Crimson, you could. No, did not.
I guess it's like doctored from Attack on Titan, and he like.
Oh yeah.
His head's
That
like
the fucking AOC one. Yeah.
Yeah. He just got censored for it today. I was trying to see. It's like anime. I guess he said, "Any anime fans out there?" I don't know. I haven't seen it. I just saw some stills of it.
Censure.
Censure.
Yeah, not censor. Censure.
Censure.
So okay. It's a slap on the wrist. It's you been a bad boy. Okay. I admit I've been a bad boy. That's all that is. A resolution. No. There's nothing standing between me and the gauge that I intend to go up to. I'm at an 8 gauge and I intend to go up to a 6. So it's just a single step. I know it sounds like 7 should be in there, but we don't do that step in the US. There isn't a 7 gauge piercing traditionally. It goes from 8 to 6. So yeah. And Cassie, you're a big fan of segment rings. Glad to know, because I know you're into the piercing scene and shit like that. Glad to know you like got some backing on it. Yeah. I want to go segment ring rather than a CBR next. But once I hit that one. Body mutilation is fascinating. I think mutilation's kind of a harsh word, but hey, whatever. Okay, so this is where I'm gonna try and figure out your line. Recreational is an earring piercing, body mutilation. Is circumcision body mutilation? Give me those two. Narrator, y'all talking about genital piercings while I'm thinking about how I might tell. No and yes, says Big Headed Sam. How I might tell my family I decided to get a motorcycle feeling vanilla. Bike Maloney, no and yes. Yeah, feeling vanilla. Yeah, I guess. So yes on both. So an ear piercing is body mutilation. That's fascinating. All right. Tattoo? How about a tattoo? Is a tattoo is bodily mutilation? Because I always love seeing how uptight people get about this kind of stuff, right? Like,
I'm just in the my body, my choice camp.
Right? Like, I mean, look, I prefer... I'm going to do you dirty here, nonsense. I prefer having a head of hair. But I mean, for nonsense, nonsense has chosen to be bald instead. So I mean, I don't go around and tell him he should, try harder and grow more hair. That's just,
I need to get a sweet ass toupee like Trump. Actually, anytime I see Trump in his toupee, I'm like, what a fucking punk ass bitch. And I'm like, why can't he just be bald? He doesn't even have the courage to be bald.
I agree. Circumcision is mutilation. It's fucking. It's also a form of like I would argue it's sexual assault of some kind, or just outright assault. I have tattoos, but I definitely didn't need them. I mean, there's rare instances of somebody actually needing a tattoo, right? They tattoo guide markers for gamma ray cancer treatments. They do like realistic, like photorealistic nipple tattoos for radical mastectomies and cancer survivors, usually women, but sometimes others. But it's rare that somebody needs a tattoo, right? Sometimes to cover up some scars from, some self-harm. But
do you remember Slim Goodbody?
No.
You don't remember Slim Goodbody?
No. I'm looking now. Oh, yeah, no, wait. No, I remember this dude. Yeah, I didn't remember the fucking name attached to it, but yeah, I remember that.
How do you not remember the name? But I wonder if anybody's ever got that tattoo.
Yeah.
Instead of the suit?
Honestly, I legitimately didn't remember the fucking name.
He's a freak. I wonder what he's up to now. We used to have to watch videos of him in school.
And yeah, I know about the Kellogg shit.
Yeah, Road to Wellville is a hell of a movie. Yeah, Caboose, Slim Goodbody. That guy, I guess, did a lot of cocaine, from what I understand.
Nice.
But if I were to get a tattoo, it'd be that.
Nice. Just full body. Like a fucking Yakuza full fucking body, but slim good body. All right.
Yeah. I'm not walking around naked. I'm educating people.
I like many little ones, says Big Head. Crimson, my great grandma is a Jehovah's Witness, and it's crazy to hear all the things she isn't okay with, like blood transfusion and tattoos are out the window, and just a personal one, but she always bitches about me and my cousin dyeing our hair. We both dye it black because we don't like our natural hair color. Yeah, I'm gonna bleach out a section of my hair and dye it like blue. I don't know when and how, but I've been thinking about this for a while. I want blue hair again. It's been years. It's been like 2 decades since I've had blue hair. I want it back.
When I was growing up, the vice principal, who was the vice principal of the elementary school forever, I like remember her before and after, but when before this happened, she just had like, this beautiful red hair, and then she got struck by lightning. Jeez. And then she had a shock of white hair.
Fascinating.
And she was like hilariously tuned into storms too. We were all at a baseball game, like a high school baseball game. And we're just sitting there, and she stands up, like all of a sudden, and she turns, and she points to the sky, and she goes, "There it is!" And everybody looks at her, like everybody there, and we all say at the same time, "What?" And she goes, "Tornado!" And we look, and there's this tornado that touches down in the field right next to us, and we all run to our cars and fucking leave.
I'm going to verify this little factoid, but I want to check.
It's just this weird shock of white hair annoyed you. It was like sort of in the front, kind of.
Oh, that's always the best look, too.
Yeah.
That's always the best look.
Yeah, and she just came by it naturally, by a massive electrical discharge from the sky.
Let me see. Hang on. This may be a myth. It's not on that list either.
She's a little fidgety, too, after that. She had this little...
I mean, I would be, too.
Forever.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be a little twitchy.
She was so hardcore, too. She was, like, so hardcore, but then she's just like...
Okay, so... Yeah. So, like, your chances of being struck by lightning increase once you've been struck by lightning.
Yeah.
That's fucking weird as shit. That's statistically that shouldn't be a thing. Like that's not like that shouldn't be a thing.
But some people just have certain habits that lead them to getting struck by lightning more. I think that, yeah. I got close to getting struck by lightning a couple of times.
Irresolution. I think that guy was struck like 7 or 8 times.
You ever had all your hair stand up? Like you're about to get struck?
Yeah. Yeah,
I had
been
that
near a
happen
strike.
several times, and things strike close to me, but I never been hit directly.
Just shout out to Aussies. Blockade Australia, which is these people, this crew, basically climbed on top of a giant, they shut down the fucking one of the ports in Australia responsible for the coal exportation. They climbed up the one of the fucking crane armatures and basically have locked themselves up there. They'll be removed at some point, but that's kind of not the point, right? Newcastle Coalport. There we go.
I wonder if they can get Amazon drone delivery up there.
Probably. Yeah. So this dude, where's the guy? Here's the guy. This motherfucker got into the machinery, into one of the control houses, and started slamming the emergency stop buttons. Straight up. They apparently Blockade Australia fucking is doing some concerted direct action right now, a coordinated direct action right now. And so Amazon will probably drone strike them. Yes, it is the modern version of chaining yourself to a tree. That is exactly what it is. I don't know. I mean, some environmental scientists should be able to do the math on that, though. Yeah. Let's see.
I just got news that Camila Cabello and Shawn Mendes have broken up.
Should I know who either of those people are?
Camila Cabello is a beautiful lady, and I only saw one of her videos, and I was showing some sense, and I was like, oh man, she's real pretty. And she's like, yeah, and then she's wearing so many different outfits, and one of them, it cuts to the scene I had noticed before, and some sense is is she wearing a fruit roll-up? And I think she was. And I always think about that.
Interesting, Crimson. Let's see. Oh, geez. All right. I was just trying to follow the Fertuson recreational exchange. Oh, did you see the Xi Jinping fucking one? Here, I'll put it on screen for you. It's fucking great. He said this without laughing, by the way. Oh, Winnie. Oh, Pooh Bear.
What about copyright infringement?
They don't consider that. Well, I mean, as far as China's it cares, right? It's all China, right? All of your stuff is already China. It's just we haven't claimed you yet. That's you just haven't realized you're a part of the Chinese empire. That's all. So. Yeah, exactly, B School. Of course not. They're just taking what was already and always China's. That's all. Yeah. And were you here for the drug thing? The AI that was trained to create new drugs?
No.
Oh, yeah. Fucking University of British Columbia, Vancouver is doing the Lord's work. They used machine learning and they trained an algorithm to create speculative molecular structures based on pre-existing illicit chemicals that are used widely across the globe. And it started creating new potential molecular structures for psychoactive drugs.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm like, we're gonna get like a golden age of fucking new drugs potentially. Right? Like that's right.
Finally, AI doing something cool.
Right? Like the neural network immediately spat out 175 new drugs. Right? Like immediately. It was like, and here's 175 new drugs for you. But the potential is apparently being reported up to 8.9 million different chemical designs. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet those are just kind of like, a lot of those are just like tiny movements.
Yeah, they're iterations. They're a nitrogen molecule being shifted. But who knows? Either way. Fuck. Narrator. Who gives a shit? Hope none of them are dangerous. Who gives a crap? Life.
That's how AI is going to fund itself. It's gonna get us all addicted to their drugs.
Holy shit. Oh my god. Did anybody call Alex?
Come on resetwars.com. This is how AI is developing their own drugs.
Oh
You're
my
gonna get higher than the laws of physics and be trapped in your 5 senses.
It's fucking somebody call Alex. Dude, Aspen, I have no other information beyond that. Right. Look, these are speculative designs for molecular structure for potential new psychoactive compounds. I can't answer anything beyond that. None of them have been lab tested. None of them have been brought into the real world. No one, the fucking engineers and technicians aren't talking extensively about the designs, and they have not published said designs. Any technical question beyond that point cannot be answered at this time. Narrator, if the CIA finally starts kicking down and giving us like hundreds of new drugs, finally a use for the CIA.
Pretty soon, the CIA is going to be the CAI.
All I'm gonna say is 11th dimension. Fuck yeah. I just think, like, look, fucking, it's time we get some new drugs up in this bitch, right? We're pretty much tapped out. Those of us that have been doing this for a while are like, we done them all. Got any new ones? Well, we've got like the 19th incarnation of fentanyl, if you're interested in that. Great. Thanks, China. Wait, what? Hold on.
Have you seen thispersondoesnotexist.com?
Oh yeah, the neural net created fake humans.
Yeah. Now I'm looking at them and I'm like, they're on drugs. They're on AI drugs.
Fortus, that was basically Alexander Shulgin's entire career. Chemist, all right, we've synthesized all compounds generated by the AI, who A, feels lucky, and B, want to get hella fucked up. Beasticle, that would be fucking. I'll take one super mega heroin, please.
There's eventually going to be an AI like party planner. Like you can hire like an AI party planner.
This is the experience we're after. Kaiser, you reading Thousand Plateaus? I'm visiting them. Yeah, I'm excited. I'd love to see what they crank out. I'd love to see what they produce and see some of these effects. I mean, for those of you who don't know who Alexander Shulgin is, the Tripping Balls for Science was literally Alexander Shulgin's entire fucking career. Go pick up Phycal. Phenethylamines I have known and loved. Phikal. And
Is that the guy who had the show?
I don't think so. Let me see if I've got a copy. Yes, there are two. It's tryptamines. It's the second one.
I wonder if they won't be illegal because they're produced by AI. Sort of like when the self-driving cars came out and everybody's like, "You're being irresponsible by driving your car yourself. Computers can drive so much better than you."
I have had this copy since I was 14. The binding is not doing well. But everything, let's see, it starts here. All right. This part, first part, is his biography. It's his, like, straight up tale of how he came to be and his formative psychedelic experiences and his career and meeting his wife. And it is a fascinating read unto itself. It is one of the most formative experiences in my entire life. Like this.
How old is he?
He's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alexander Shulgin died a number of years ago.
Okay.
He was one of the few people in the country given DEA license to literally create what he wanted in his own personal lab on his property, and he could consume. If you happen to be one of his inner circle, you got access to brand new drugs. Yes, his wife was also a researcher. The second half of the book is literally called The Chemical Story. A short index to phenethylamines. Okay. So let's just 3, 4. Let's see if there's in there. I need 3,4 methylene dioxy and methylamphetamine. So 733, page 733. And then you go to 733. And here is the synthesis instructions for ecstasy. Like, literally, this walks you through from the point of view of a professional chemist. Like, this book is half one of the most interesting autobiographies ever done, and half a straight up instruction guide.
Is it coded?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, does it actually make technical sense, or does
No.
like,
It's 100. No. There's no. It is literally instructions that you could hand off to a chemist, and they could follow step by step, and they'd be like, "Yeah, okay."
I saw this book a few years ago called "Chemicals for Illegal Purposes," published by Wiley, by the way. And I was like, okay, and I was looking through it, and they wrote it in this coded language, and I'm like, this is gonna get somebody fucking killed.
Peaky? Yes, I did. This book explains a lot about me. This was my introduction into the realm of psychopharmacology. This is why I started studying psychopharmacological effects of compounds very early on. I was not your average teenage drug user. My formative knowledge and experiences were, formed by Sasha and his wife. Let's see. You know what? Commune, I will happily take that copy off your hands. And if you want, I can send you the P.O. box for the show. I'll send you a copy of my copy. Okay. If you want. Yeah, it is not an easy grab. Here, commune, where are you? Close that. Let me just send you the information. And like I said, if you want to send me it, by all means, I will happily take that. If you want to send me it, by all means. Throw me a message on Discord. Throw me a DM. I sent you a whisper, commune, but throw me a DM on Discord. This book, I have thumbed through this book so many times. Oh. I could just sit here and start reading it. I adore that book. Yeah. So that's Alexander Shulgin. He was formative for me, just in general. Cassidy, don't worry about it. Commune, just fucking take care of me. Send me a DM, and Cassidy, don't worry about it. I'll handle that. So yeah, throw me a DM, Commune, and I'll take care of anybody else who is in community and needs something. Drugs and revolution. I mean, Jesus. You know what? I'm just gonna pull something from here. Give me a sec. All right. Karina, Caboose, have fun. Revolution. That's, dude. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna find something to sate that particular aspect. Well, we can talk about the LSD trials, I suppose. Oh, I know, Cassidy. That's why I was just gonna send it on. Yeah. Commune, hook me up. I'll take care of the rest. Send me a DM on Discord. I don't know. Oh, Wither, you give these weird fucking reading excerpt requests. Drugs and revolution. I suppose, oh, you know what? Exclamation Discord, man.
I just ate some butter.
Attaboy.
I've been trying that CBG too. That shit's like really chills me out in this weird way.
Trying to find the turn on, tune in, drop out speech in text form.
The Timothy Leary?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure it exists. Who did Timothy Leary traveled with G. Gordon Liddy, right? And they had like a debate, like a 5-point debate cycle or some weird shit like that.
Yeah, they did like a college campus tour.
Yeah. Go vegan? No, it's butter. It's got veggies in it. I want to see one of those. G. Gordon Liddy was such a freak.
Is that it? Like, is that the actual
Hi,
speech?
Ancom.
Nope. Fuck you then. Dude, why is this speech so difficult to find? I can find excerpts from it, but not the entirety of the speech. And the one transcript I find is for PBS American Experience, and the old site our site is getting a makeover. We're in the process of bringing content from our old site. Hey, Libra.
I see there's like luminous.org, the banned speech.
Yeah, that's a different one. That's his, I think, Calgary speech or something like that. Nope.
Oh, Berkeley.edu, myth dropout, tune dropout, never really described
The Berkeley ethos.
Yeah. Fucking took way too long to load. God damn.
Turn on, tune in, and drop out.
Of course, they lay that over it.
Oh, he did a whole spoken word album.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Hey, Libra. You know. All right.
Does that make him a podcaster?
Yeah. I suppose it would, actually.
Nice, Ancom.
All right. Let's go to... You know what, Wither? I'm about to just give up on this task. Just so you know. I don't give a shit at this degree. Finding something that is specifically like within the entheogenic compounds territory, and like drugs and revolution combined with like a political bent. Yeah. Oh my God. Let's see. I'm literally going to just bounce these points back because I'm done trying. There. Complete the rest. Done.
Bet we could find it if we were tripping on acid.
Yeah, that's gonna be a fucking bummer and a half. Like if you look up like anarchist library, drugs and revolution, you're immediately like community control of the poor, you know, shit like that. All right. I'm gonna go do a stream soon. Where I'm on the acid. Cybernetics and entheogenics from Anarchist Library. The term neurospace I learned from the Kiev artist Vladimir Mussorgsky through Geert Lovink. What I immediately thought he meant by it was a comparison of that space, which was which was a comparison of that space, which is posited as belonging to the computer within the neural space of the inner body experience that comes for most of us largely through psychedelic drugs. Neurospace as the space of hallucinations, for example. I would like to compare and contrast as they are used in school, cyberspace and neurospace. There are similarities and differences. I remember some years ago when virtual reality suddenly appeared with a big whiz bang on the scene, going to a conference in New York where Timothy Leary, God bless him, appeared with Jaron Lanier and a couple of other cybernauts. Tim was wearing the goggles. He was on stage and he said, "Ooh, I've been here before." So right from the start, there was this connection set up between virtual reality and the LSD experience, or as some of us would prefer to call it, the entheogenic experience, which is just a fancy way of not using the word psychedelic because it alerts police. Actually, entheogenic means birth of the divine within. I'm able to use this term that is meaningful for me, even though I'm not a theist in the strictest sense of the word. I don't think you have to believe in God to understand there can be experience of the divine becoming within. In fact, historically, and at least for me, experientially and existentially, that has been most important aspect of the reappearance of psychedelic drugs in my lifetime. I'm almost an exact contemporary of LSD. I was born in 1945, and Albert Hofmann was already cooking up various preliminary versions. Last summer, I got to meet Hoffman. He's a wonderful advertisement for the psychedelic experience. He's well over 80. He is hale and hearty, got all of his brain cells and is still working, eats like a horse, drinks like a fish. This is my lifetime we're talking about. There is historical question in the history of religions per se, and that is, where do psychedelics come from? Terence McKenna believes the human consciousness itself is a function of the psychedelic experience, specifically of the psilocybin mushroom. He believes that one day an ape took a shroom and became a human. I hate that overall reductionist version of that, but because cognition appeared. Terence says this is what makes us human is the psychedelic experience. I don't know if I literally believe this. In any case, I don't believe in any single origin for human consciousness. But it's enlightening to think about the possibility that we owe our difference from the other members of the simian clan to our ability to experience psychedelics in a certain way. If that were the case, it would be true to our entire experience of cognition, which historically belongs in the category of what is known as religion, would have begun with psychedelics. The entire psychedelic experience would become coexistent in time with human becoming. An interesting hypothesis. We can add it to all the theories of human origins. The positive way of looking at consciousness is us. The bad aspect of it is that consciousness itself would seem to be a separation process. George Batelier spoke about this in an interesting way. He hypothesized that all religion concerns a memory trace of a time in which the human was separate from nature, from the animal. Let's say. And if you believe in evolution, this is just literally true. It was a time when we were apes of some sort. It's at the moment of consciousness that this separation occurs. Suddenly, it's no longer a question of the animal experience and what Batelier calls the original intimacy. We are now taken out of the matrix and plunged into cognition. Religion in this view begins immediately after this moment, because religio means to relink, to link up again. But what we're trying to do with all these religions and philosophical forms is to try and link up with the original intimacy, which we lost when we began to experience cognition. Jesus. This eventually ends up in agriculture, money, society, rebels, diffusion of Christianity, cultural critique, war on drugs, a paradigm war unto itself. If you want to finish this with her, there you go. but I'm not reading that entire document.
Reading is gross.
So,
Hey, Cricks.
God, I need to get more fucking, more theory read, but I really don't feel like doing it today. I fucking pushed through to yesterday, and I didn't feel like it.
Have you had any ideas about the opera?
No. No.
I love that whole story about Emma Goldstein's husband trying to kill that guy.
You mean Emma Goldman?
Yeah, Emma Gold. What did I say?
Goldstein?
Oh, yeah, I meant Emma Goldman. Yeah.
Fucking, you racist.
No. You
Not-
know what's been fucking me up for like since last night is I was watching that fucking bullshit thing that I mentioned earlier with Alex Jones on it, and a smarmy little Michael Malice is on there with a fucking Band-Aid on his nose, which is hilarious. And he said that what's his name? Eric Weinstein? Is it Weinstein?
Oh.
And it's not Weinstein?
Yeah, exactly, Kaiser. Nonsense anti-Semite. Confirmed. Signed the letter and is an anti-Semite. Jeez.
This guy keeps coming in to my stream and he's trying to get us to read Imperium
Oh, Jesus.
by Yagi. Do you know it?
I mean, I haven't read it, but holy
We were
shit.
thinking about doing it for our Near Tea book club so we could make fun of it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we had a good one to make fun of it. It's all about healing and everything, but Hey Danny decided that she was going to be a downer Deepak if we did it. So we said, well, fine, we won't. It was hard. It was brutal. It was hardcore. She totally fucking shifted the hierarchy there.
Oh, man.
It's like an anti-Semitic treatise, isn't it?
I mean, let's see if I can find a PDF. Somebody said Buddhist has a PDF of it.
Yeah.
Buddhist, send me the PDF over Discord really quickly if you can. Save me some searching.
We've been trying to do the Near Tea book club for a while, but we haven't been able to agree on a title. It's called the Clubs for Books, where we just make fun of books. We just read them. We were gonna do Foucault initially.
Buddhist fucking coming in hard and fast with that. Thank you, Buddhist.
Edgar Casey's book? I didn't know he had a book.
Oh, dude, he's got an entire fucking library back east.
He does?
Yeah, there's an actual library you can go to. I've been there.
Oh, like physical location?
Yeah.
I think you know the guy. It's like Temple of Marduk or something.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. They have
Nice.
like, I mean, here, I can spell. There's the building.
That's nice.
Yeah. But yeah, this is an entire Edgar Casey library.
What was the statue? Was that like an armadillo?
Don't know. Wait.
Ever since my beautiful creation, the Tomb of the Unknown Foucault, I've been paying a lot more attention to statues. I'm against tearing them down now. Just kidding. Just kidding.
All right, so I got Imperium up here on the side. And of course,
But you haven't read. You've heard of it though.
yeah, oh yeah. Fucking, of course, it starts with a Nietzsche quote. As would be tradition. let's see. Much has been said already about this unique and disturbing book, but this much is reasonably certain. 1,000 times more is yet to be said. Imperium rejects the 19th century, the parched fossils of its thought, Marx, Freud, and the scientific technical world outlook, its exhausted political nostrums, the pluralistic state, liberalism, democracy, communism, internationalism, all of which fail to satisfy the organically vital realities of politics. Imperium presents unique and almost esoteric political and social historical definitions and explanations which shall become more widely known, indeed commonly understood, if our West survives. Right? Imperium is probably the first book to advocate European unification, to dogmatically predict it in terms other than crassly materialistic. It is the first comprehensive and profoundly constructive alternative to the Marx liberal degeneracy surrounding us. It's a creation of a man who believed in his destiny and in this book so thoroughly that he became a martyr to it. Imperium is written in a dramatic style and flair for expression, seldom encountered even in novels. Yet rising above all else is the simple fact that in Imperium, a creative genius has given the world something new, a fourth dimension of intellect and a new concept of spirituality. It heralds the dawn of a new day of faith. Among all books, therefore, Imperium has distinct status. Hardly a man alive will agree with all it contains, yet will not find his personal horizons extended by reading of it. The original 2 volumes are here combined, unabridged, into one, with a brilliant introduction by W.A. Carto.
And the first chapter's like, every day's actually 4 days, and marshmallow time.
Fucking...
It sounds like the precursor of that book that Bannon was pimping at CPAC when he was still in the White House. What's that? That super racist book that's all about, like, killing immigrants.
Are we talking about the Turner Chronicles? The Turner Diaries?
No. It's way more obscure than that. I didn't even know what the fuck he was talking about, like, at all. It wasn't the Turner Diaries. It was like, I think it was a French book.
Oh, interesting. Let's see. Let's pull a random excerpt. You know what? Hold on. I'm just gonna press down on page down. And I'm just gonna hold it and let go. All right. Okay, so this is a renouncement of neutrality. Page 142 in this text. To renounce politics, which is what total neutrality means, is to renounce existence as a unit. In many cases, it is part of wisdom and the dictates of culture, capital C culture. Culture to amalgamate with another power, to renounce an empty existence as a unit, an existence without meaning or future. Let's see. A pacified world would be one in which there was no politics. It would thus be one where no human difference could possibly arise, which could range men against one another as enemies. In a purely economic world, men could be opposed, but only as competitors. If morality was also there, the proponents of different theories could oppose one another, but only in discussion. Okay, so here it is. All right, there we go. The only conclusion to be drawn is that a rationalist, liberal, or pacifist who believes that it is possible for war to vanish simply does not understand the word what the word war means, its reciprocal existence with politics, and the nature of politics as the ranging of men against one another as enemies. In other words, in the kindliest words possible, these people do not know what they're talking about. They wish to abolish war by politics or even by war. If war were gone and politics remained, they would then abolish politics by war, or perhaps by politics. They confuse verbal virtuosity with political thinking, logic, and soul necessities, accident with history. As for superpersonal forces, they do not exist because they cannot be seen, weighed, and measured.
You feel the dramatic flair?
Yeah, it's totally super drama. This is fucking just theory, right? Like this is just theory, right? Like it's fascist theory, but it's theory.
This guy is like, you're a bunch of fucking Democrats. You don't have the balls to read. Like, you should read this fucking thing by Yaki. I didn't even know what it was. And then he showed up like a few days later, and I was like, "Hey, dipshit, we're gonna read your book." Probably he's like, "You're gonna read it, really?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're thinking about trashing it."
The laws of totality and sovereignty. This should be a good section, right? The organic laws of sovereignty and totality. Law is capitalized, sovereignty is capitalized, and totality is capitalized, just so everybody knows. The organic laws of sovereignty and totality refer to all political units, whatever. They describe any unit, whatever its provenance, that reaches the degree of intensity of expression at which it participates in a friend-enemy disjunction. Totality refers to both issues within the organism and to persons within the organism. Any issue within the organism is subject to political determination because every issue is potentially political. Any person in the organism is existentially embraced in the organism. Sovereignty places the decision in every important juncture within the organism. Both of these laws are existential, like all organic conditions. Either the organism is true to them or is faced with sickness and death. Both laws will hereby be explained. The first law of totality. Any contrast, opposition, or hostility, whatever existing within groups among the organism, may become political within its nature if it reaches the point where a group or unit feels another group, class, or stratum to be a real enemy. For such a unit to arise within an organism is for the possibilities of civil war to be present, or a severe crisis in the organism which renders the organism liable to damage or extinction from without. Therefore, every organism by its very existence has the characteristic that it assumes power over the determination of all issues.
There's like 700 pages of this shit, isn't there?
There are 618 pages.
Jesus Christ.
Not counting introductions. The foreword goes on for quite some time. The Roman numeral section goes up to
the preface is like 400 pages long.
Let's see.
You're seeing Roman numerals you ain't ever fucking seen before.
Let's see. Yeah, I actually need, what is that? I need a fucking refresher on that one. That would be...
Oh, no.
58. It'd be 58, I think. 58? So there's 58 in addition to, I mean, you know, without counting the index, 58 plus 619. And then the indices go on for a while.
We'll call it 700. It's a 700 club.
This is an adorable book.
This is this fucking guy's favorite book. He just goes around promoting this book as like it's the greatest thing that ever fucking happened. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Buddhist, thank you for hooking me up fast with that book, though. You were right on the draw on that one. I ask him his favorite part of it. Ask him like his favorite chapter. Or
word, yeah.
Yeah, like what part stands out to him and speaks to him the most.
Yeah, I need to do that because I actually made one of the rules. Look, we don't have to read the whole fucking book. Like, we can read a chapter or something. So if I can key in on his favorite part and we all just make fun of it, that would be really, that would be the efficient use of time.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. I kind of want to know what he says about Darwin. Not Darwinism, but I mean, he does talk about Darwinism too, by the way. Marxism, Darwinism. You know what? Let's go to Darwinism.
Is he a creationist?
I mean, it sounds like he's. Hold on. He's either pro or anti Malthusianism. I just can't figure out which. I think he's tentatively anti Malthusianism. I Huh. So he makes the claim that Malthusianism and Darwinism are capitalistic outlooks, that they place economics in the center of life and regard it as the meaning of life.
I mean, you could say organisms developing for a specific niche. Well, like, you know, because of it, maybe depends on what fucking angle he approaches it.
He makes a distinction as well for this creature called Culture Man, capital C-man. Culture Man.
Culture Man.
Yeah. Culture Man is a higher animal, still treats himself as an animal. Culture Man is a different world spiritually from all animals and is not to be understood by referring to him by any artificial materialistic scheme. So he's got this construct of Culture Man who has been impacted by capital C culture. That makes a
Okay, so separate that, like, man is an animal.
Yes.
Okay.
This
man
is
post the invention of man.
Yes, basically. Pessimism. How do they feel about pessimism?
They don't feel good about it.
Mentions witchcraft in the pessimism section. Always an interesting take.
It's got a witchcraft section?
Dude, you're gonna have a little fun with this.
You haven't. Buddhist, have you sent that to me? I know that you said that you had it.
Well, I mean, Buddhist, if you're not like quick on the draw, I can fucking do it really quickly.
He might have sent it to me, but the thing is, I fucking don't understand Discord.
Well, it's waiting there for you from me as well. So
Okay.
You have it.
Thank you.
They do. Culture Man. Narrator, reminder that fascists will often appropriate socialist talking points for the purposes of advancing their ideal ruling class. It's really an interesting little diversion there. Is that like Alabama Man or Florida Man?
Culture Man sounds like a fun character.
This is what people like Ben Pepino think is the intellectual dark web. Oh. Let's see if we've got any. Kaiser.
Buddha says he apparently ended up somewhat supporting Stalinist Russia because he liked Stalin's anti-Semitism.
I mean, you know. That seems to be the only qualifier for a lot of these people. Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna do like, this is like weird, like Imperium's like weird fucking over intellectualized pseudo fascism, right? Like, I agree with Kaiser. You might as well read some like Giovanni Gentile or some shit like that, right? I I've got Origins and Doctrine of Fascism up on my side screen right now, actually.
Been working on this new character called Earth,
Oh god.
where it's like the Earth, and it wears like a jumpsuit, and one arm is a ink pen that it can squirt ink at, and the other arm is a lobster claw, and it just goes around and it's just like brutalized by man's existence, and it's just like constantly depressed. And I'm like, I need another character, and I think the other character should be Culture Man.
Hey, take it, dude. Take it. You ever dealt with a fourth positionalist narrator? That's I think I'm pretty sure that's fucking Dugan's shit. Alexander Degen is fourth positionalist. So liberal democracy. It's liberal democracy, Marxism, and fascism. No, I don't. I mean fourth. No, I don't mean third. I'm speaking correctly here. Yeah, it's fourth positionalist or fourth political theory, put forth by Alexander Dugin, and yeah, it's liberal democracy plus Marxism plus fascism. So, like, if you haven't already stroked out, yeah, that's good old Alexander Dugin on that one. He's the guy who wrote Foundations of Geopolitics. There we go. Foundations of Geopolitics that basically set forth the policy that Russia is following these days. It's Buddhist. Yeah. Oh, that, like, you mean third? No, I mean fourth. Yeah. It's a fucking thing. Oh, here we go. In the book, Dugin states that he is laying the foundations for an entirely new political ideology, the fourth political theory, which integrates and supersedes liberal democracy, Marxism, and fascism. Not individualism, class struggle, or nation, but rather Dyson, the presence. Yeah. Cited as the inspiration for Russian policy in events such as the war in Donbass, and for contemporary European far right in general. No, yeah, narrator. There never are. There never is. Oh, good old Alexander Dugin. He's an interesting character unto himself, by the way. Let's see. Rivian, a 12-year-old startup company. Okay, this is a CNN headline, by the way. If you're wondering, like, why does this sound like it's written by a fucking middle schooler who's had too much Adderall? Rivian, a 12-year-old startup with no revenue, is now the third most valuable car maker in the world. Why is your site such trash? There we go. The electric vehicle maker has been public for all of 1 week, but its share price has now more than doubled in that time, valuing Rivian at more than $140 billion, just ahead of Volkswagen, and third place behind Toyota and Tesla.
What are they? What are they making?
Apparently trucks. Rivian only made its first truck deliveries 2 months ago, and the vast majority of those were to Rivian employees, according to an SEC filing. Apparently, fucking Amazon bought a 20% stake in 2019.
Did you see the thing about the court case against the Amazon driver? And this Amazon driver killed somebody, and Amazon gets sued, and Amazon's, look, they're not our employee, right? They're actually employed by this other party that is our drivers, right? They use this other company to try to dodge liability. Problem is, the Amazon drivers are so under surveillance by Amazon that it's going to be hard for them to wiggle out.
Yep. Amazon says it isn't liable for delivery crashes because it doesn't directly employ the drivers, but the lawsuit argues Amazon driver surveillance means it should be liable.
Yeah, they have like a yawn detector too, like an AI yawn detector.
Mm-hmm. Yep. AI powered cameras.
In the future, AI will see you yawn, and then they'll give you drugs.
I mean, rock on. Fucking just walk up to the machine. Oh, drugs, please. Yeah, a lot easier. But yeah, fucking Rivian. Jesus Christ.
It'll have a camera, and it'll be like, which drugs are right for you? And then you'll see you like walking around under the effects of like these different drugs, and you'll be like, I don't like the way I'm walking in that one. Give me that one. I got good posture. I seem happy.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Of course not. A government watchdog issued a report on Wednesday that found an agency tasked by the Trump administration with helping fight the pandemic has not allocated any of the $100 million it was given to help address COVID-19 supply chain issues. The International Development Finance Corporation was funded by the Trump administration in May of 2020 to distribute $100 million in loans of Pentagon funds through the CARES Act. New report from the GAO. They've literally allocated no money. They received 178 applications within the appropriate time frame. Then they paused the ability for people to apply. And yep. They're saying that the DFC informed the GAO that the loan review process had been taking longer than expected, which prompted the group to revise its procedures and start prioritizing applications for medical-related projects, but they still haven't gotten around to doing anything. I would wonder how much of that fucking $100 million still exists, quite frankly. That's what I would. That's my first question. I mean, it looks like a truck.
See this.
I mean, it looks better than that fucking bullshit that fucking Musk rolled out.
Yeah, that looks like PlayStation 2. Instead of just the original PlayStation.
Yeah. So is this an actual, like, functioning one in the wild? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Like,
I remember a few months back, some electric vehicle manufacturer got I think they were in the U.S. too, but they were like they're raising tons of funds, and they actually never had a working vehicle, but they had like a Ford body, and they just modified it to make it look like their truck, and then they put it in neutral and rolled it down a hill to make it look like it's driving.
Jesus Christ.
That was just a few months ago. I can't remember the name of that company, but that was a wild story.
All right. Let's see some footage of this thing. Yeah, I don't care. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Show me the thing. All right, looks
Sweet
like
jacket, bro.
looks like any other fucking truck. Combined output to 835 horsepower and 908 foot-pounds of torque. That's, I mean, that's a bit of a beast.
Yeah, that's really good for electric.
Well, electric usually is on the high end of the range. They can put out.
Yeah, especially on acceleration. Wait, 0 to 60 in 3 seconds? Okay. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, whatever.
Cool.
Just
Front lights up.
fucking do the thing.
It looks cozy.
It's got, yeah. It's got decent pickup.
Got a sweet moonroof.
Yeah, I mean, electric vehicles can pick up and go. We know that. They've got heavy foot-pounds of torque. But here's my issue. Oh, little side thing for the fucking...
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What kind of battery is it running on?
I mean, it's probably lithium of some sort, right?
It's got a fucking stove?
Yeah.
It's got a pop-out stove?
It's $5,000 extra, apparently. But, yeah. Nice. Onboard compressor,
Oh, nice.
which can reach all 4 tires. All right. Beasticle, no, the stove was an induction cooktop. I could see it.
I would offer like a package that's $100 less if you pick just 3 tires. But you have to pick which one it doesn't reach. I don't like those short beds. They piss me off.
I'm in that same camp. I mean, it's just one more thing to go wrong, but...
Yeah, also, but it's like, it seems like they're missing an opportunity there because you could easily make that short bed a jacuzzi. What is that, a speaker?
Yeah, it's a Bluetooth speaker that automatically charges itself and shit. God, and
Is that a lightsaber? What the fuck is that?
It's a flashlight in the door. Yeah. I mean, I get it. Yep, media console player thing. This is my question. Fucking yeah, USB-C in the back fucking seats.
No CD player? I'm out.
Here's my issue. What's the distance on this thing? Like realistically. Yeah, it's got pick up and go, but this thing is supposed to go out camping and shit like that, right? Like, what's...
Whoa, there's a dude in there. That company that I was trying to think of is named Nicola. Absurd Buddhist found a link for that. I need to check in on that.
Yeah. All right. This is the only thing that I'm concerned about here. 317 miles.
Not bad. Middle of the pack range wise.
It's the least efficient EV we've ever tested. Yeah, and if you use all of the power, you're fucked. So this company is the third most valuable car maker in the world now. Definitely just a demonstration in how economics and modern neoliberal capitalism going to work on things.
The economy is largely gambling.
It is. It legitimately is. It's a large portion of it is speculative and gambling. The $285 billion tax cut for the rich is now the second most expensive piece of the Build Back Better plan. Raise the cap on state and local tax deductions from 10 to 80,000 would be more costly than establishing a paid family and medical leave program, and nearly twice as expensive as funding home medical services for the elderly and disabled. Over the next 5 years, raising the SALT cap, state and local tax, raising the SALT cap would provide a tax cut only to those who itemize their taxes and pay more than $10,000 in state and local taxes already, a group overwhelmingly made up of the wealthy. Oh, we got an image here? Yes, we got an image. Cool. So, major provisions in the Build Back Better Act. Universal pre-kindergarten and affordable child care, $390 billion. Increase the SALT cap, which is just, as we just covered, a tax break on billionaires, $285 billion. Clean energy and climate resilience, $220 billion. Paid family and medical leave, $195. Clean energy and energy tax credits, $190. Affordable housing, $170. Medicaid home and community-based services, $150. Extend expanded child tax credit for 1 year, $130. And tax credits for health insurance premiums, $125. Oh, God. Lovely. Fucking lovely.
No miracle is coming.
When I was in grade 2, I complained to my parents about how school was pointless and money was fake. When I got older, I looked back and thought younger me was stupid. Then I started working and discovered theory and found out younger me was right. Yes. That's basically the arc, narrator. Oh, you see Travis Scott's facing $750 million in lawsuits?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm touching my head right now. Did you see that shit? Did you see the internet fucking making all those fucking videos?
Belarus has shut down Russian oil pipeline to the EU.
Yeah, there's some shit going on at the Belarus Polish border.
Yeah, the migrants seeking to enter Poland. the pipeline was shut down for unscheduled maintenance.
I need to use unscheduled maintenance more and more when I just want to fuck off.
I know, right? Fucking A. Solid meme. Solid meme. Hang on.
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Oh, in Switzerland. Fucking welcome to the table, finally. Switzerland, same-sex couples are going to be able to get married starting July 1st. When the U.S. beats you there, you got something going on. Switzerland, come on. What's your fucking deal?
I keep forgetting about Switzerland.
Right?
They have such a good strategy.
They're, dude, they're all just a bunch of secret Nazis. Dude, fucking Switzerland is super socially conservative in a lot of ways.
They're like, we make badass chocolate. Everybody else can fuck off.
It's like, hey, Switzerland. Switzerland, what happened to all the Nazi gold, Switzerland? What Nazi gold? I mean, that's how it was done in Switzerland as well, Cupcake. That's exactly how it was done in Switzerland. It was done at the federal level. As Liam Anderson would say, "Give back the Jewish gold." Interesting. Biden is saying that Taiwan's independence is up to Taiwan after discussing the matter with Xi Jinping. Yeah. And we're I'm sorry. I just transposed US onto that headline, but it's not. The UK government is refusing to declare atrocities in Xinjiang as a genocide. So for once, it wasn't the U.S. government denying a genocide. It was the U.K. government, which, I mean, holds with tradition, of course.
Yeah, they wanted to feel that way again.
It's like they just want to have a reminder of the good old days. I mean, I'm in the camp that we could probably heal a lot of the world's problems by just blaming Britain. Just blame Britain. Right? Fucking if your tire pops on the fucking freeway, right? And you got to get a new tire. You got a fucking nail in your tire. You got a screw in your tire. Just get out and fucking curse Britain. Right? It's Britain's fault. Right? You stub your toe on a fucking table in the middle of the night. Britain. Right?
I keep thinking about starting like a tourism and placement company to try to get all the MAGA folks moved to Great Britain. Just move them. Just move them there. You want a white ethno state? Here you go. Here you go. Welcome home, Great Britain. Welcome home.
I'm just thinking about that reciprocally as well, like being British and being on the receiving end of that. Like a fucking, you see like that?
Fuck.
Yeah, you wake up and you see that on like Sky News or some shit. A fucking, like, just a cavalcade, a fucking, like an old school, like 1900s, like late 1800s, 1900s, going to Ellis Island, like steamer ship full of fucking MAGA morons, right? And just coming up and just offloading, right? And fucking their newfound home.
Give us your illiterate and hateful pedophiles. I should have said that in a British accent, but I can't do it.
I mean, that's respectable commune. I'm almost out of weed, fucking Britain, smoking all my shit.
The MAGA folk influx, just immediately they get rid of universal health care.
These are the type of immigrants you wanted, right? Happy Brexit.
But to make money off it too would be great.
I that would be, yeah.
You want to know how I made $1 billion? You want to know?
I took advantage of ignorant of fucking idiots. That's how.
I gave the people what they wanted. Is what I did.
Just a little shuffling here, a little moving populations and demographics there. And it's very British. It's very British, right? Doing that sort of thing. Like I'm just gonna rearrange these demographics a little bit. Yeah, sure. I'm sure this won't cause any problems in the future.
They'd be so happy there. Everybody speaks English, but it'd be funny because like the MAGA folks would get there and English people would be speaking English to them. They wouldn't understand what the fuck is going on.
They'd be yelling at them to speak American. You need to speak American.
The British are like, if you're going to live here, old chap, you must learn our language.
Well, the worst case is going to be the Northerners. It fucking here. Let me get a. There we go.
Local dialect words are still in use, like bairns in Newcastle, but in Cumbria, children are barns. And you'll hear a heap of sounds you don't get in the south. There's those dancing light L's here on the eastern side in words like hill and help. But when they travel to Lancashire on the western side, they lose the H and the L becomes heavy, and the words become ill and help. Where older folk may still pronounce their R's when they say them in a word, and young and old have still got that nice up and down bounce to the rhythm. Back down the county is the Kingdom of Merseyside, which is basically Lancashire with sprinklings of Welsh and Irish influences, and where they often can't agree on exactly what is a Scouse accent. Then travelling just a little bit further inland is Manchester, which is actually quite different to Liverpool, where, unlike Liverpool, they go down rather than up at the end of a sentence. And if you lessen the space in your mouth and you get on train over them Pennines to Yorkshire to somewhere like Wakefield, you suddenly sound very definite and resolute, like you really know what you're talking about.
They would be losing their minds. They would be losing their fucking minds.
I'm looking at that map and I'm thinking how quickly all those beautiful little waterways would immediately become polluted with like McDonald's wrappers and
no, it's
plastic
already
stacks from Walmart and just like weird like oily sludge. Is it bad polluted now?
No, it's bad. They just did a fucking there was some. Oh God, there was some failure to renew some water act or something. And the locality immediately started dumping raw sewage directly into the ocean. And by the weekend, the beach was covered in fetid shit. I'm not kidding you. Like there's photos of it. It's just covered in shit.
I can imagine.
Yeah, no, they're already doing that themselves.
Fucking regulations.
Yeah, they wouldn't need a lick of our help to fuck that up that way.
But they would help. They'd help a lot.
There's also they're like uniquely fucking like American problems in the UK. There was the KFC chicken crisis. KFC ran out of chicken.
In the UK?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did they start using horses?
Basically they switched suppliers. And the supplier that they chose couldn't keep, had no idea the kind of demand that KFC puts on a supply line, right? Like, it's how many chickens could you need? Like 2, 3 a day? It was like that. It was fucking, they had no idea the kind of supply line that is required to run KFC, right?
It's like somebody's nephew's small farm.
They had Dunning-Kruger in effect, basically. There's literally there's like case studies on it. I'm not kidding you. Like KFC chicken crisis in UK, a case study. Right? Like this is a real fucking thing. Yeah, and they lost their fucking minds over it. I'm not shitting.
Did they say
you.
2017 when this happened?
It happened in 2018.
2018.
Yeah. The Great Fried Chicken Crisis of 2018. So let's see. Who had been handling it prior? I forget who had been handling it prior, but yeah, they literally here's the like the full page ad they took out in the newspapers and shit, right? We're sorry. Right? We're sorry.
FCK, I love it.
Yeah.
Without any chicken, it's not ideal.
So basically, the previous contractor was a company called Bidvest, who specialized in food distribution, operating from 6 major hubs. In order to cut down on prices, DHL made a bid for the KFC logistics supply line in the UK, and they undercut Bidvest. But the problem was that DHL operates from one centralized warehouse. They couldn't receive and ship enough chicken regularly enough to keep up with the KFC demand. And so it caused DHL, like the delivery company. Yeah, Beasticle.
I don't know. I mean, so they were getting the chicken from the farms too?
DHL was receiving probably from a central processor. And then it was their job to distribute. And they couldn't. So basically, I don't know how many. Okay, so 450,000 chickens a week is what KFC in the UK sells. 450,000 a week. And so they couldn't, the quick service logistics couldn't keep up with it. And yeah, there was the hashtag KFC crisis. The Tower Hamlets police, there's this here's this tweet, infamous tweet. Please do not contact us about the hashtag KFC crisis. It is not a police matter if your favorite eatery is not serving the menu that you desire. Right?
Nice.
People were calling the cops because KFC was out of chicken, man.
There's people do that. There's actually, have you seen those videos? There's a million of them of people being at a McDonald's or something and ordering something and being told that they're out, and then so they call the police.
Oh my God. It's Zealot. Oh yeah, no. Global chicken consumption is huge numbers.
Chickens are good.
Let's see.
I'd eat a goddamn chicken right now. But I'm getting more partial to turkey.
Consumption on a worldwide scale, 133.35 metric kilotons of chicken per year.
So many lives that you need to weigh them.
Yeah. So, there's not been much variety of meat in my house, whether it says too much chicken. Chicken's my favorite meat, says Buddhist. Hardest thing to give up when I went vegetarian. Zealot said I'm going back to broccoli. That's a bad choice. Not for the broccoli, just the fact that, broccoli is a shit protein source. It has basically nothing in it.
Yeah, you do need broccoli's good, but yeah, you need some protein.
And Cassidy weighing in because Cassidy does fucking actually raise poultry. Humans eat a lot of chickens because it grows fast. It only takes 9 weeks to grow a meat chicken to full size.
That's not fast enough.
When the amount of chickens eaten is rated at the same level as nuclear explosions.
Don't feel bad for him either. Fucking chicken. If there's a human-sized chicken, it would peck the shit out of it would kill so many people. They're assholes. They're little assholes.
I mean, birds in general are assholes. Yeah, I mean, there's ways. I mean, I could Wither, it does, but here's what I can tell you, Wither. 6 tablespoons of hemp has, knowing your weight category, Wither, 6 tablespoons of hemp protein powder would contain, let's see, let me do,
Are you still hitting the cricket protein?
23% of what you would need in a day. Wither. 6 tablespoons of hemp protein would have about 23%. And I'm being generous on your weight calculation, by the way, because I've seen pictures of you. You're a scrawny little fuck like I am. Yeah, I still cycle the cricket protein in from time to time. Yeah.
Feeling good?
No difference, right?
Oh, okay.
You know, I use sprouted brown rice protein isolate, pea protein isolate, hemp protein, and cricket powder in rotation.
You ever try that pea milk?
No, I haven't.
It's pretty good. Pea teats aren't bad.
We eat 9 times our population in chickens each year. I don't think I eat 9 full chickens in a single year. Zealot Americans do.
Yeah, I eat like 30 a week.
We do. Yeah.
I'm trying to get those numbers up, actually.
Look at those are rookie numbers. Nonsense is compensating for you. You got to do your part, man, Zealot. The fucking birds will win. They'll take over if we're not careful.
I smother them in hot sauce. Great shit. Into it.
My family feeds chicken to the dogs. We probably feed a chicken or 2 a week. I have a slight eating disorder, though. It's mental. Oh, Zealot. I'm sorry to hear that. But there's so much chicken. Yeah, I eat chicken maybe once every like week and a half. But I will tell you that like if I eat chicken, I'm eating a fair amount. Like here's the thing, y'all. Like so scrawny little Kai, right? Like it takes a lot to keep this body running. Like we've talked about this before. 2,000 calories for me is not enough to keep me maintaining weight at sedentary level. If I literally didn't like move off the couch all day long, 2,000 calories isn't enough for me to maintain weight. I need to be hitting around 2,200 to 2,400 calories to maintain weight. My metabolism is insane. Like on top of that, just to put on the like 16 pounds of lean muscle I've put on so far in the past, 5 months requires 1.3 times protein consumption per day per weight. So like essentially what you need to do is consume your body weight in protein, in grams of protein per day.
Yeah.
That's like where it starts. If you want to start building lean protein, you have to have at least 1.0 replacement value. So take your body weight, that much grams of protein per day, in addition to the caloric stuff. Now, keep in mind, I'm starting to ramp up my exercise program again now that the ankle is healing up. So I'm doing core work, I'm doing legs, I'm doing arms, and I'll be doing cardio on top of that. So my caloric intake will probably ramp up to probably 28 to 3, something in there. And yeah, my protein gram intake needs to be something like 150 to 160 to build muscle. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. I
You
sort
need
of
to get that. This is a secret that I discovered. You know, at the grocery stores now, they'll sell you just like a whole rotisserie chicken, like already in the bag. You know, chicken in a bag. And you just go home. You like, you squat on your porch and you pull that sucker out of the bag and you just eat. You don't fucking use a plate or anything. You just get the carcass and you just bite into that fucking carcass the way God intended. It's a beautiful feeling.
Should someone be working out if they're not eating well? No. No. But there is a bootstrapping effect. If you start working out, your body will demand the other stuff. But if you hold that line and you go into like the anorexia nervosa territory with it and you just work out without providing your body the stuff that it starts demanding and craving, then you will cause so much harm. No. You should not. You should be giving your body what it needs. Let's see. 5'2", 145, 142. Jesus, you're in like oof. Yeah, you are like significantly underweight, Zealot. You need to put on like 20 pounds. Easy. Yeah, you need to put on 20 pounds. Like, no problem.
Cheesecake's good.
I prefer people to put muscle on rather than fat, but in a crisis, fat will do.
Helps you float. The ice caps are melting. You should eat cheesecake.
Good on the housemaids, sell it. Good on them. Just fucking force some food into you. Also, don't be afraid to eat high test food. When you are underweight like that, don't be afraid of the high test stuff. Fucking congratulations. Go get yourself a well-deserved poutine or, fucking triple cheeseburger, right? Like, you need the calories. Fucking
Philly cheesesteak.
yeah. Fucking don't be afraid of high test foods. When you're underweight like that, just fucking go for it. Or narrator or Muslim. Chili cheeseburger, yeah, that'll do it. Muslim, any Muslim families you have around you, like basically everybody who isn't like standard white, fucking, this is pretty much how this works, right? Like, Italian or Polish, but no, like, any Arab or Indian descent as well, they will feed the fuck out of you. That is most assuredly a thing. Like, get to know an Indian family or get to know a Muslim family next door or your neighbors, that sort of thing. Dude, they will inundate you with food. Like, especially if you're nice about it. You're like, oh my God, I've never eaten anything like this before. And this is so delicious. This is so eye-opening and amazing. You're going to wake up tomorrow with that mom or grandma or sisters, like having prepared a feast for you. Like that's a very real thing in their culture. Come stay with us for a while, says Cassidy. Sassy, I had an Italian roommate in college. It was amazing. Kaiser, who needs me to come cook for them? Kaiser, come cook for me. I still want that kimchi recipe, Kaiser. I still want that kimchi. I want grandma's kimchi recipe, Kaiser. I want grandma's kimchi recipe. I know how to make kimchi. I just want to know how your grandma makes kimchi. Like, I know the process, but I want to know if there's a trick. But yeah, Zealot. I'm happy to hear that like your housemates are forcing it because it's a thing. Haven't had kimchi since I worked for Koreans at a gas station. Beast. It's a thing. They own gas stations. Yeah. No, Sassy. Well, maybe I have, but not off the top of my head, Sassy, no. Fair enough, Zealot. Yeah. I mean, I'm in that camp, Zealot. Like, I have to count my macros. There have been days where I force feed, right? Like, I've mentioned this before. I've talked about it a little bit, once or twice, but not recently. There was a period over a decade ago that I had such significant stomach issues that I almost ended up on a feeding tube. It was bad. It was bad. Just massive stomach pains. I couldn't hold anything down. I couldn't eat anything. And like ever since then, eating became sort of a struggle. It became a thing. And so like, you know, prior to that, no issue whatsoever. But since then, yeah, it definitely became a thing. So I feel you on the like having to force feed sometimes, but I track my macros on a daily basis, right? And it's not like some weird fucking, like, I know a lot of people love bodybuilders and shit can get a little like nervosa about stuff. They can get a little pathological. For me, it's just a matter of making those incremental gains, right? Like I am a hard gainer. I have a super fast metabolism. So it's difficult for me to put on anything, but I've put on 1 3/4 inches on my flexed bicep since I started this little project this year. I've put on 16 pounds of lean muscle, right? Like I'm at a weight that is the highest weight I've ever weighed, right? And it's still just slowly creeping month to month. It just ticks up. 1 pound, 2 pound here and there. Because for me to put on like massive weight, like do like gains, that's a lot of fucking work. And I'm not going to put that kind of work into it. I mean, theoretically I could. If I did 80 grams of protein with the protein shake, which would be 30 from say like hemp protein, 50 from like brown rice protein, it'd be 4 scoops of brown rice, 6 tablespoons of hemp. That would put me at 80 grams of protein for like the start of the day. And then if I threw on like a package of like ground bison meat or something like that, that'd be about 100 grams of protein. Like it, but yeah, it's a whole thing. Nice, Zealot. Yes. High test. When you're underweight, like significantly, you need to throw some calories at it. Let's see. Yeah, I have a better BMI than you, Zealot. Oh. I need to add more protein to my diet. I just need more diet to my diet. Yeah, Zealot, I bet your basal metabolic resting rate, your BMR, is psychotic due to all that physical labor. I bet it's a crazy number. Nice, Wither. I mean, it's something. It's a starting place. I mean, Wither, you're in that scrawny fuck category. You're in the Zealot and me camp. You're in that scrawny fuck camp. Whether that changes for you as you age out of that sort of age range you're in, we'll see, I suppose, as you get older. But you definitely have all the makings of a lifelong scrawny fuck. And I would recommend, if you want to like head that off at the pass, do it now. Do it now. Start making the gains now. It's a lot easier at your age. Oh, Buddhists. Wow. That's some stress eating. Holy shit. You managed to almost double your weight. I couldn't double my weight if I fucking tried. Yeah. which I mean, you know what's going to happen. I'm going to finish this stream. I'm going to get a protein shake, like half a protein shake in me, and then I'm going to do like more exercise and shit. Then I got to go fix my bike, and I'm going to do some cardio on top of that. Yeah, wait, why age 63 years?
Meat Trace 63.
No, that's just fucking solid. Me Trace 32. He just had his birthday yesterday.
I thought those were average numbers for some reason. I thought they were saying all males in Australia were.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Weight 63, age 33. There we go. I can read, Zealot. I can read.
I read it the same way.
Yeah. So your BMR is 1646. Yeah. Yeah, so just to exist, Zealot, you need 1700 calories. Just to exist, right? Any movement, even just getting off the couch and going to the fucking refrigerator, you're adding calories on top of that, right? Yeah. It's okay, Zealot. Wither, go for a swimmer's build. Dude, swimmer's build is sexy as fuck. And fucking shredded, but lean on top of that. Like,
yeah, swimming's fucking great. I was in the best shape of my life swimming.
Your BMI would be commune. You'd be 23.6. You're just pushing the edge of normal. You're not quite there, but you're 25 is overweight. Your BMI is 23.6. Hashtag not a doctor, hashtag not medical advice. But yeah. You're on the high end of like normal weight, but you are normal weight. Just FYI. It's the 6'8" thing. Commune cat. I'm 6'8" and 215 pounds. So you're a beast, commune. Just fucking, jeez.
That's like a what? Linebacker safety.
That's a huge motherfucker right there. I mean, not weight wise, but damn, 6'8" for sure. Wither. Why am I chuckling like this? Because we just told Wither to go for the swimmers thing, and Wither goes, "I'll try swimming then, I suppose." And the first thing that pops into my head was black man in a pool. Black man in a pool in the South. Right? Oh shit! Do they let y'all swim in the community pools yet? Is that a thing? Have they gone back on that one yet? I know they were real bitter about that. It happens
all the time, and it's probably rising.
You're finally back to feeling sexy personally, says Buddhist. Nice. Bobby 6'8" too. Oh Jesus. Let's see. Getting there, just need to turn some of this chub into muscle, says Commune. That is the thing. Like YMCA nearby. There was one other black guy, says Wither. I'm probably safe from the Aqua KKK though. That's good. I'm glad the Navy, the KKK Navy, isn't gonna come get you.
That'd be funny if they had a little boat in the pool.
Little fucking rowboat.
It seems like something they would do. Just get a slingshot and fucking just sink them.
Oh my god!
I've been making a lot of KKK art, just making fun of the KKK because they're so easy to draw.
It's true. I was hoping somebody had done one. Nope. I was like, is there a KKK wetsuit? Oh, man. That's a pitch for the next Aquaman villain if I ever heard one, says Commune. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fuck. You know they're going to have a theme song too, right? You found their boat. All right, hang on.
With hatred and racism, I didn't engage, and I decided to record, and now it's more impactful.
Oh,
Like, these
Jesus
guys will never
Christ.
make
This
that
guy's
mistake
just on a
again.
boat
I didn't
yelling.
talk to him about it, but I could tell what worried me and what made me feel bad is it almost seemed like he was getting accustomed to it. Like, hey, every time we come out here, this is like this. And in my mind, I'm like, hell no, this is unacceptable. Like, it's not gonna be like this.
Where's the video? Where's the fucking video?
I have to see this shit. This guy sounds extra fucking crazy. And so am I getting this right? Is he boating around just yelling at black people in boats?
I don't think I can play this just because of the content alone.
They do have a navy.
KKK has a navy. In the Navy.
They get like an inner tube and put a cross on it and like
one down. So earlier in the day, our captain anchored in the mackerel fishing grounds around another 30 commercial fishing boats. Everybody was cool except for one particular boat, the Amanda V. The Amanda V started going crazy, screaming, F you, F that, get the hell out of here, you're too close, racial slurs. Everything you can imagine, these people were screaming off the bow of their boat. So the captain pulled the anchor and said, the hell with this, and we pulled out of there. This is what happened 30 minutes.
There we go. There's their boat. I just wanted to see the boat that they're rocking, so.
It's little.
There we go. There's the clan navy.
No flags.
I know, right?
That's weird. But you notice something. That boat right there, that boat is really fucking white. What
does an anarchist... How many times do I have to fucking talk about this stupid Kyle Rittenhouse shit? What does an anarchist think about the Kyle Rittenhouse drama? I don't know. Look, I haven't spoken on this as an anarchist. I've been speaking on it as somebody who was brought up in firearms owning families and whose family owned multiple training facilities and whose mother was tapped for an Olympic shooting team and whose stepfather is an FFL holder. Yeah, that's not the definition of anarchy.
One thing real quick. I just noticed earlier that Matt Gaetz says he wants to make Rittenhouse a congressional intern.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Doesn't Matt Gaetz have enough issues with him buying underage whores? Like, isn't that a fucking thing for him? Doesn't he?
Yeah.
What? Yeah. So
I'm thinking things will get inappropriate.
Yeah. Matt Gaetz is going to touch Kyle Rittenhouse. Well, at least we know Kyle can defend himself.
New trial. That would be the most hilarious fucking outcome. What are they going to do? What are they going to do?
Oh. It's the definition of a bad shoot. He shouldn't have been in possession of the firearm. He crossed state lines. He put himself intentionally in harm's way, which is usually a disqualifier, by the way, for most self-defense claims in most states. It is the definition of a bad shoot. If somebody in any of our schools proposed this series, this lead up, this set of hypothetical elements, we would have instructed them universally, don't do that. You're going to end up doing time, right? Like, don't do those things you are planning on doing. I would advise against it 10 times out of 10. It's pretty much the definition of a bad shoot. But if you eliminate all of the other elements and you talk about merely that singular moment and somehow work in a vacuum, which apparently this fucking judge has managed to set up in a courtroom.
They're willing to do.
Yeah, which they're actually doing. If you work in that vacuum, then yeah, no, it's a fair shoot. The guy was brandishing a firearm. There was circumstances which could be interpreted as a potential threat to your safety and well-being. Yeah. If you ignore everything else about that situation, then yeah, it's a fair shoot. But once you start actually roping in all of the extraneous details, dude, that's a sketchy shoot. That's a sketchy fucking shoot. I wouldn't want any of our our graduates, our students, anybody I've ever trained or let hold a firearm, get involved in those circumstances. Holy shit, man. You'd be doing time 9 times out of 10. Like that'd be a nightmare legally in most instances. And fuck you if you're black, right? Like if you're black and you do that, you're fucked. You're fucked.
Yeah.
You're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it wasn't some weird cultural war bullshit, they would have tried him in context.
Yeah, it's dude, it's the prosecutors overreached. The prosecutors have basically been doing the defense's job. The judge is fucking hell of a judge.
It's so bizarre. I've only watched maybe 20 minutes of it, and it's one of the most fucking bizarre trials I've ever seen.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm stepson of a judge, right? This is like my wheelhouse, basically. Like firearms handling, self-defense, nature of a shoot, middle of a riot, right? Fucking like misconduct by a judge, right? Like this is literally my wheelhouse. Everything about this is so fucky. I wouldn't want any single gun owner to be involved in this situation. He intentionally put himself in harm's way. That alone disqualifies self-defense claims in most instances.
Yeah, living out this fantasy that's well documented.
Like that's a thing. So no, it's the definition of a bad shoot as far as I'm concerned. But beyond that, how does an anarchist feel about it? He's lucky he's alive. And there was no good praxis going on there. The direct action wasn't heading in the direction it needed. The counteraction, the reactionary action by Kyle's side, not great either. Pretty much kind of a shit show across the board. As I said, prosecutorial overreach for sure. For sure. Also, context. He's a dumb kid. Right? Like, I mean, let's face it, if he was a black 17-year-old, we wouldn't be talking about him as a kid, would we? We'd be fucking, he's a grown man. And he knows that fucking, dude, they'd have raked him over the coals. Right? But I'd do the same for him if he were black, Latino, fucking Asian. I don't give a shit. He's a dumb kid. He's 17. He's functionally an imbecile as far as I'm concerned. His prefrontal cortex, his executive function, his long-term planning and decision making, those capabilities have not even come close to being developed yet at this point. Right? We're shooting for 25 and sometimes upper limits of 30 for that. We've seen with like functional MRI scans. So he's a dumb fucking kid. Right? Like I would have more issues with the parents and the environment that created the circumstances that allowed the 17-year-old to cross state lines. Oh, his mom drove him across state lines. Oh, interesting. Yes, that's a conversation to be had.
Yes.
right? Like I'd be more like intrigued or interested in investigating the circumstances which led up to that incident than the incident itself, quite frankly.
Yeah, on the ground is a total shit show. I hadn't seen the video clearly of what's his name, Rosenbaum, who just got out of like a hospital for mental health problems, chasing Rittenhouse and throwing the bag of his belongings at him. And then some idiot shoots a gun in the air behind him, I guess, to try to, like, I don't know, make him separate or something. The whole thing is so fucking stupid.
No, it's the definition of a bad shoot. Like, I would not want to be involved in that whatsoever, right? Like, there are clean shoots. All right, there are clean fucking shoots. But
see, not wanting to be involved in that is why you haven't killed 2 people.
That's, yeah. His father supposedly lives in Kenosha and he sees him from time to time. They're apparently somewhat estranged. His father has had like addiction issues apparently. And so the parents are divorced and that sort of thing. But his mom did not take him to Kenosha to see his father. That was not the auspices under which the drive was taken. So doesn't really come into play much. He intentionally put himself in harm's way. He intentionally put himself into a dangerous situation. Generally speaking, this nullifies self-defense claims, depending on who, where, when, why, what, and how. But like I said, if your name happens to be like Jamal or something, good luck. I wouldn't want this case for anybody I gave a shit about. This is just fucking. This is 1 out of 100 sort of situation here. This is like a 1% versus the 99% thing. 99% of the time, if you did the totality of the circumstances and the evidence that is available condemning Kyle Rittenhouse, you'd be fucking doing time. There's just a interesting,
and you'd be tried in context, and your mom would be in trouble for child endangerment.
Yeah, this is a nightmare of a situation for a gun owner. Like, this is no gun owner wants to do. Like, there's literally $2 million insurance policies that gun owners hold for shit like this, right? Like, absolute nightmare of a situation for a gun owner. Jamal wouldn't get a trial. So, yeah. As an anarchist, failure on all fronts. Failure on all fronts. I see multiple issues. What was the fucking idiot on the ground? The felon who had a fucking pistol on him? Homie. If I were organizing even a fucking riot, right? Even if we're going to do some direct action, we're going to get our hands a little dirty. Hi, I'm a felon and I'm packing heat. You need to get the fuck out of here. You can't be here, homie. Right? Like, even if we're doing some direct action stuff, like, that motherfucker needs to leave. You need to get him the fuck out of here now. Right? Failure on all sides. I 100%. Like, this is just stupidity mixed with Dunning-Kruger, mixed with ignorance, mixed with narcissism, mixed with some fucking weirdo, like, nationalistic militia bullshit mindset. It's honestly, the whole goddamn thing's a shit show. Oh, and his fucking bullshit, fake ass fucking sobbing on the stand. Please, please, yeah. Please. That is the most homie.
Why? He should go to jail for that.
Yes.
I'd be like, I want to file new charges.
Yes. That I'm for. right? As far as I'm concerned, he's a dumb fucking kid that got swept up in some nationalistic and populistic fervor, and fucking his mom encouraged it, and he's got all these fucking idiot militia buddies. But that fucking fake sobbing on the stand, all right, now you're earning time. That was some bullshit if there ever was. Holy shit. Fucking couldn't even squeeze out a tear. Talk about bad acting.
It was so fucking terrible. I do a pretty good Rittenhouse, though.
There we go.
It's tough material to work with. Yeah, Aspen has this emote of fucking Rittenhouse.
Oh, are you a qualified psychologist? It looked like PTSD to me, and you sound like a straight leftist fuck. You have extensive clinical diagnosis experience? You have a clinician? You're a clinician of some sort? Psychotherapist? Have you done your residency? Are you familiar with the fact that you don't diagnose at a distance? No? None of this? Oh, interesting. So you're just talking out of your ass then. Cool. Cool. All right, well. I'm not a retard like everyone in here. Oh, homie. Boo-boo, Pookie, sweetheart. Had to immediately slide into the ad hom? Because you couldn't hang? It's okay. I get it.
Yeah, I deal with people who have been through a lot as part of my gig, and I'm pretty good at telling when things are authentic. That was fucking...
Dude,
that was not.
Yeah. It's like, squeeze the eyes tight. Maybe you can get a fucking tear out that way. Hold on. I'm feeling it. All right, like I can feel some water building up in the corner of my eyes doing that. You can actually
was
see
very
it a little
fucking
bit.
performative.
Yeah, no, it was highly performative. Like, come on, that fucking performance alone. Don't use words they don't understand. Well, Cassie, I mean, I can't. Look, it's been a long time since I was in the 5th or 6th grade. Like, I don't know what's on the curriculum for a 5th grader these days. I'm sorry, curriculum. Oh, this isn't a career for me, homie. This is just something I do for for shits and giggles, and because I enjoy educating people about anarchistic theory and praxis. Right? This isn't a career.
Love it when they do the whole,
yeah,
I'll take my business elsewhere, and they're like, I mean, it's like a whole. Congratulations on your career, you bald fuck.
It's like, homie, right? Like, that's not why I do this. But it also shows you the mentality, right? Like the over monetization mentality that everything has to be a job, everything has to be work. If it's not earning you income, it's not worth doing, right? It shows you the cuck mentality.
Yeah,
right? Completely cucked by capitalism.
I have this dipshit too that keeps coming in, and he's like, oh, here's nonsense, the failed stand-up comedian, just trying to make a stream, and I'm like, what? I am. Give him a minute. He'll write your biography. This is what they do too. Write Kai's biography.
We clearly aren't homies. Sure we are. You just don't know it yet. That's all. I'm already your best friend. You just don't realize it. That's all.
Me and this cop were dealing with this guy who was having a mental breakdown. He was acting all crazy, and there's a storm coming in, and he's like trying to murder this tree. It was really weird. It was like a little tree, and he was like bending it all ways, and we're like, get the fuck out of here. And he yells this thing at this cop, which was fucking brutal. It was like the stupidest thing, but it was so brutal. And this guy's like hard on his luck, but he needed to get the fuck out. But he was like, he yelled at the old cop. He's like, "You're not gonna help me because you're nothing but an old dork." And I was like, "God damn!" And I looked over. He's like calling him a fuckhead and everything, you piece of shit, whatever. And he's like, "You're not gonna help me because you're nothing but an old dork." And that fucking cut him hard. He was like, I checked in with that cop like half an hour later, and he still kind of beat him.
That's interesting. Yeah.
It hurt me. I was like, this is a good guy here. God damn, calm down. You don't need to be saying shit like that.
Fucking dork. Interesting. That one's definitely fallen out of usage.
I think the old really added to it. He said, "You're nothing but an old dork."
Interesting. Oh, did our friend leave? Rail Roberto, don't leave. Come back. We're gonna be best friends, man. Where'd he go? That's a shame. That was violence. Oh well, see, there you go. See, you said you were gonna fucking lurking. He's still here lurking. Yeah, he's still here.
He hasn't taken his business elsewhere.
Oh well.
Thank you for supporting Proudly Radical. You're watching Proudly Radical with Kai. He's your host.
You're an old whale penis. Taking notes. Interesting. Well, do you need advice for, like, I don't know, BDSM fetish community? Do you need to know how to take a dick properly? Like, what else can I give you advice on, since you're taking notes? We'll fill your notes with something useful. Do you know how to deep throat properly?
The butter just kicked in, and I can't remember what this asshole said.
Yeah. Hey, Puka. Yeah, Cassie. A little bit of dyslexia there, just for a moment. Commune. Apparently, an Idaho lawmaker is being censured for doxing an intern who reported rape. Jesus Christ. Priscilla Giddings.
Damn, where?
Priscilla Giddings, an Idaho state representative, shared a student intern's personal information after the teenager accused another lawmaker of rape. Jesus Christ.
I wonder what it's like in Idaho. Anybody here from Idaho? I only know one person from Idaho, I think, in my entire life.
Oh, hang on. We've got the basement thing again. Hang on.
How about some anarchist reading material so I can try to become a basement-dwelling armchair anarchist like you? That's fresh air right there. Kai gets fresh air.
Dude, nonsense. My basement ceiling, like the ceiling to this basement, is crazy, man. Like, it goes on, like, it seems like it goes on for infinity. Like, there's not... Yeah. Fucking crazy as shit, man. There's, like, weather patterns and shit in it. Like, I can't figure it out, man. This is the craziest basement I've ever seen.
I am in a basement, though, but it's just because my wife keeps me down here.
I always love that one. It's like basement dwelling. It's like...
It's like, it's cool. It's cool down here. Fuck off.
Oh my God, am I in your basement right now, Kai? I see the same thing when I look up. On this blessed day, we're all in Kai's basement. Yep, we're all in Kai's basement. Oh, I love that one.
On a very special Kai's basement.
Hey, Yogi. Kai's parents upstairs need a parachute to bring him food. It's always a brilliant fucking take. It's like, oh, wow, you really got me.
Do you have anything about basements and taking my business elsewhere on the fucking bingo card?
No.
That's very common for me. I'm just like,
the basement doesn't airdropping nuggies. The basement comment only comes around like once occasionally, like once every 6-8 months.
Really? That man.
Yeah.
You're kind of blessed there.
Yeah. And Cassidy already put into chat a reading list for you, Roberto. I just wish conservatives had better material or new material. Yeah.
Roberto, have you read Imperium?
Roberto, have you read? That's probably a good starting point. Like, what was the last book you read, Roberto? What you into?
Roberto, is red your favorite color? Are you just wearing red right now?
You'd fucking love Imperium. Yeah. See dog run. Run dog run. See spot. See spot run. Run spot run. Fuck reading. That's for the elites. Goddamn ivory towered academic elites. These social Marxists trying to undermine our society with their fancy words and books. Yep. 100%. 100%. Hermeticism. Did you do that intentionally, Kaiser, or is that just a brutal misspelling?
Is that about Pee Wee Herman?
What you reading for?
Pee Wee thrice born.
I some sense it is just that Hicks bit just resonates through the timeline, doesn't it? What you reading for? Like, nobody's ever quite asked me that before, right? Like, what am I reading for?
I loved Hicks's bit on that because I have been asked that so many times.
Really? I've never been asked that.
So many fucking times.
I've never been asked that. Let's just say I did that on purpose. Okay, Kaiser. Holy shit.
Okay, I'll get that drop.
My family is actually unironically like this. Commune. Oof. Right? Like, I grew up, like, before I was, I'm on one of those cusp birthdays. So either I went into kindergarten early or I went in a year late, right? And we chose early. But I had to, like, interview with the kindergarten teacher. And it is the first time that I remembered such a vivid emotion. And it was she sat me down and said, "Can you do your ABCs? They're above the chalkboard if you need help." And I closed my eyes tightly and speed ran the alphabet because by this point, my mom had me reading to her. Right? Like, my mom was that mom, right? Literacy matters. Love of the written word is the defining characteristic. It's the difference between being just an ignoramus and being enlightened to some degree or another, right? It is the critical core component in life is a love and a passion for reading. So my mom instilled that from very young. So yeah, I remember that so vividly, being irritated that she was condescending me, right? This is how I was interpreting it.
We had so many conversations that were like, what you're reading for, that like oftentimes it'll go to, like, if the conversation progresses, sometimes it'll be like, well, what's the book about, right? Or, you know, whatever. And I'm like, I'm reading it right now. And oftentimes it goes from that to like some sort of insinuation that I'm not actually reading the book, that I'm like faking it to try to look something that nobody ever read a book before. And then if it doesn't go there, it goes to, it's my favorite book. And I'm like, no. And they're like, well, if it's not your favorite book, why do you have it? I'm like, I'm just reading a fucking book. I've had so many conversations like this. Like, so many.
You are surrounded by idiots.
I am. Aggressively fucking stupid people.
Holy shit, man.
Aggressively ignorant. They don't want the corruption in God's light, like a lot of them.
Buddhist,
A lot of the other ones just like fucking just stupid mass media shit.
Brutus said, my father is actually anti-book. No shit. At least when it comes to anything I bring to talk to him about. Beasticle, I know that feeling. My first teacher got upset when I could already read. Apparently, it made me a distraction. How can you tell a Hick's favorite book? It's the only one they own. My mother, before she went crazy and I got sent to my grandparents, would read to me, and that's actually how I learned to read. Nice, nice commune. Oh, I'm supposed to yell for my mom to bring me chicky nuggies, please. I mean, that's not going to happen, and not the yelling, the bringing of chicken nuggies. I wouldn't allow chicken nuggets in my house, period. My diet is a clean diet. I'd be fine with chicken, and if I were going to make chicken tenders, I'd make them myself. I have whole chickens that I break down, and I'd, take the breasts off the chicken, maybe the thighs to a certain degree, and slice them up and pound them out and make some like chicken tenders that way. But I haven't had a chicken nugget in a very long time.
I haven't had one in forever either. Do
Yeah.
you remember that 17-year-old girl who ate them for a year and
follow.
dropped dead?
No, I don't.
That was like a couple of years ago.
Doesn't surprise me though. Fucking malnutrition alone on that one.
Yeah, she was in pretty good shape when she started too, and then yeah.
Beasticle, I usually use tapioca flour. So manioc, but tapioca flour. And then I'll use I'll do a dredge of tapioca flour and seasoned tapioca flour, and then I'll do like a coconut yogurt dip instead of the egg, and then do another drop in the tapioca flour herb spiced fucking flavored mix. And if I'm doing like a bake or a fry on something like that, and I can get a solid, like crispy outer crunch off of that, no problem. Cricks. Do I spend extra for the black chickens? Dude, those chickens are stupid expensive. Those chickens are stupid expensive. Holy shit. I looked that up one day. No egg, Aspen. Eggs are super inflammatory for, they just automatically flare me. So I don't eat eggs. I am Semani chickens, says Cassidy. I think I have to. You know what? Commune, just FYI, like, there's the line. Just don't cross it. No chicken nuggies. Yeah, I honestly, I haven't had a chicken nugget in a very long time. It's shit food. It's barely qualified as food. I don't even necessarily believe that it is food, quite frankly. In the instances of like fucking McDonald's and the pink slime shit, right? I'm good. That's pass. Just pass. No, it's no, why did he say something about fucking cops? Or you guys queried him about fucking vaccines, I bet. Anti-vax. And I'm not going to scroll chat. I'm just going to guess he did something like anti-mandates and then dodged the vaccine question entirely. And then you guys rolled out the cop stuff as like a counter to that. Yeah. Ethan for the dipping sauces. Kai, you're clearly not getting this. I'm an American, right? I grew up with like ranch on everything. Like everything dipped in ranch and barbecue sauce. I get it. I get it. I'm not anti-vax. I am vaxxed. He's anti-mandate. Yep. Oh, Jesus Christ. You guys are just trying to bait him out. The bones, the meat, the skin, everything is black. Silky chickens are also that way. The main difference is the Ayam Samani also has all black feathers, comb, and beak, unlike Silkies. But Silkies still have black meat, skin, and bones. Do you have any Silkies, Cassidy?
I just added that drop.
Where, what, when, why, how? What am I looking for?
A lot of chicken talk tonight.
You do. Cassidy, interesting. I'll have to come visit your chickens. Best dipping sauce for cheap chicken nuggets is hot chocolate pudding. Okay. Beast. Look. I'm just saying. I'm all for individual autonomy, but occasionally somebody goes too far with it.
If I was incredibly stoned, that sounds delicious.
I actually I have one of the all-time like stonerist stony food combinations. The chocolate iced Krispy Kreme donut with Funyuns.
Oh.
It works. It fucking works. Don't ask me. I don't know why. I don't know how. But everybody who's ever like just try it. Just try it. It fucking works. And I have no idea how or why it works. But it works. Something to do with the fucking weird ass artificial onion flavor in combination with the weird ass fucking Krispy Kreme hyper sugar crack thing that they do. The chocolate glazed Krispy Kreme plus a bag of Funyuns. Don't ask me. It fucking works. It's like the only pairing that I can compare it to is like a fresh ripe strawberry with pepper, with fresh cracked pepper. It was a very French thing. And most Americans are like, why the fuck? It works. Don't ask me how or why, but it works. Honey mustard all the way. No. If we're talking chicken, it's barbecue sauce and ranch. Peanut butter jelly with potato chips. Well, that just adds. Look, I never liked peanut butter jelly growing up. I like peanut butter. I like jelly. I don't like peanut butter and jelly. As an adult, I'm okay with it. But the potato chips plus the peanut butter and jelly make the peanut butter and jelly far better. Far better. The textural and salty, extra salty component of the potato chips in combination with the peanut butter and jelly, far superior to anything that the peanut butter and jelly could have ever accomplished on its own. Nightloader, I mean, there's a fair amount of we've been up for a few days on multiple compounds and we're also stoned to boot. Kind of story behind the donuts and the Funyuns, yeah. Noting the pepper strawberry, gonna try that to some sense. It works. Don't ask me. It's a French concoction. I mean, sleep deprivation plus weed. What got us to the point of sleep deprivation is a whole other matter. But sleep deprivation, I think we'd probably been up for 2 days at that point. Something around there. And then we were stoned to boot. Basil with peaches and strawberries. Yeah, basil pairs well with a whole bunch of stuff actually that we don't traditionally we don't pair it with. I'm a pass on the oranges on pizza. Some sense. Nah, I'm good. I'm good on that one. Why can't you get stoned? Now I'm curious. Puka, yeah. Shadows. It's funny how your job gets to dictate your life outside of the workplace. I wonder if anarchists have anything to say about that. Yeah, you start seeing the shadow people out in the periphery. That's usually in the 48-hour territory. For sure. How full blown were your hallucinations? Oh my god, the sleep shadows. Those are fun. Yeah. Yeah, those are a great time. I'm really high. You should let me on to explain that flavor you're talking about. I have a general policy, commune, unless I'm high as well. I generally keep fairly sober people on stream. Nope. Nobody tests for psilocybin. Bestial nonsense. Somebody leaves a call. Interesting, Yogi. That's fascinating. Good old neuropathy plus like a sudden itch. Oh, it's a thing. Like it's like a fucking knife in the ribs suddenly. Yeah. Dude, my throat's been rough this week. That's why I'm not doing any theory reading tonight. I know I wanted to burn through that next fucking section. That next, like the chapter 8 this week, but it's not going to happen. I don't feel like it either way. You're haunted. You're obviously haunted. Exactly. That's Yogi. You're haunted. Yeah, Cassie. Yeah, no singing tonight. No singing tonight, Crix, for sure.
Yeah, I haven't sang well in a while. My voice is all fucked up.
I don't sing. I mean, like I said, my vocal coach checked whether I can hold a tune or not, and she's like, "Oh yeah, you can sing. You're just not trained." So, yeah. But I don't.
I did have a sweet uke jam recently, but I didn't sing as well as I could have.
Nice. Interesting. Roberto, how much are you doing? And do you trust your source? Like how close to the origin is your source? Right? Like how old are they?
What's he talking about?
His experience with shrooms.
Oh.
And like if you're not weighing them, then you're doing it wrong. So like if you're responding with so much more that I don't know if I can handle more, bruh, you need to be weighing those. Well, then how much are you doing? That's a pretty simple question to answer then. Okay. You need to just do 5. Not advice, not legal advice. Don't do what Kai says. Do 5. Yeah. 5 dried grams of mushrooms for a 145 to 175 pound adult male is the breakthrough entheogenic dosage as prescribed by Terence McKenna and many other mushroom pioneers. 200? Probably 6.5. Something in there. Seven. 6.89. 7 grams. I've done an extraordinary amount of mushrooms in my time. Caught me in different experience though. It's not a 1-to-1. It's in fact it's not even close to 1-to-1. It is a different experience entirely. Nah, wither. Nah. Kvass. Your brand of chaos, Kvass. Yeah. So, I mean, if that's what you need to do to get him down. I just chew and swallow. Chew and swallow. 5 would only make you angry? Jesus, right? Christ, Kvass. Kami, and then you've never done the right ones, the right potency, and the right amount. I was extraordinarily close to the source for a very long time. And so I've had the not completely unique, but unique amongst most people. I've had the unique experience of being able to pick my own and consume them fresh, as well as dried, as well as all sorts of experimentation with them. I've had access in my life to just more than you could ever use. Like, I've seen garbage bags full. Just like absolutely like 20-gallon garbage bags full. So I've done my fair share of psilocybin mushrooms in my day. Commune, how much did you weigh? And male or female? Biologically. I don't give a shit about your gender identity, but biological metabolism matters. So, no, they are not. Psilocin breaks down immediately in presence of heat. Psilocybin breaks down fairly rapidly as well. Putting them on hot things or in hot things or making teas out of them, bad idea. Don't do that. 215 with male with a fast metabolism, like crazy fast. Okay. Start there. Yeah. Again, not advice. Don't do any of this. Don't listen to a fucking word I'm saying. None of this is legal. Check the laws and localities of where you are. In no way, shape, or form is Kai encouraging you to X, Y, or Z. You should not do any of this. All of this is terrible, terrible things and is done purely for the purposes of education and entertainment. Yeah, see. Yeah, this is just Bad Advice Wednesday. Pay no mind. But yeah, that I can tell you that I can't cross that line either. All right. Yeah, I've basically told you what you need to know. You can figure out your own math. You can do your own calculations. But yeah, I have had all of the experiences, right? Like all of them. It's a good time. It's enlightening. It's a good way to let go of some of it. You can do too much. Not usually in a singular dose, but you can do too much like over a period of time. Just know that. You can get to the point where it gets a little weird. Yeah, I had to back off the pedal. I had to ease off the accelerator pedal on that one. It's not so much frying your brain, your resolution. It's more reintegrating with societal norms. When you come down from that plane of existence, you have to sort of take all of that back on board. Right? You mean I'm not Jesus? You mean I'm not at one with the infinite love and consciousness that is, you know, I'm not at the focal point of where creation springs eternal, right? All of a sudden you're just a fucking third dimensional meat bag, and there's things like money and banks and government and like it taking all that on board gets more and more difficult as time goes on, and the more difficult it gets, the more you trend towards not taking it on board. So you fail to reintegrate. And when you fail that reintegration process, now you start to end up in the burned out hippie territory, right? Like, just, yeah, none of that shit sticks anymore. Doesn't work. Now you could argue that's a good thing, but, you know. Third Dimensional Meatbag sounds like a punk band. I mean, I started the stream with some like punk music this time. Let's see. Hardcore post-punk for anybody who wants fucking genres on that.
Oh my god. I just saw today Lauren Boebert
Yeah.
called on the floor of the fucking house during a really stupid speech about the censor called Omar a fucking jihad squad member. She said jihad squad.
Jesus Christ.
It is on the fucking floor.
These people. Nice, Night Loader. That was a band called Rations. It was from Martyrs and Prisoners. If you want to look them up, Night Loader. But yeah. I like a good grungy aesthetic. I like a lead singer who doesn't sing properly and just is yelling about some shit. I've seen how getting stuck in a trip impacts a person. There used to be a guy here that was fucked mentally after taking too much and never came back down. Commune, that's all DMCA territory and shit like that, right? Like, trust me, it'd be fun to listen to some dead Kennedys. But yeah, basically that's sort of what happens. It's not, again, I'd stray away from they didn't come back down. They just failed to reintegrate, right? They're down. They're sober. They just refuse to acknowledge the societal norms. It's bullshit at that point, and they just check out. And I got really fucking close to that line. It got to the point where I had to keep a Xanax handy for the come down. And the last one that I experienced was basically, like, I joke about that, like, I'm not Jesus. I had a moment. I had a moment, right? Like, there was legitimately a window of time where, because Jesus is an archetype. Not Jesus proper, but the Buddha, Jesus, Lao Tzu, right? The enlightened one of the Taoist immortals. That sort of thing. And I was struggling with that. I was legitimately, like, in a mindset that, like, no, I am. No, you're not. You've got the two sides of your brain, basically the logical side going, no, you're not, dummy. You just did a shit ton of drugs. And then you've got that portion of your brain going, no, I think I am. So yeah, it got close to that line. I tried really hard to unlock my true potential once and hurt myself trying to fly. Nice. Yogi. Oh yeah, he wasn't tripping constantly. Just trigger and be in that headspace again. Yeah, Aspen. Oh, didn't mean to move that. Lizard speaking to the cortex. Where is? All right. Cool. Jesus Christ, Crix. Yeah, fucking peace out on that one. Jesus. In a very real way, Beasticle. In a very real way. Yes, we are. Who has a streamer that we can read to? Because I'm getting hungry and I'm gonna have to, like, not eat proper. I'm gonna have to put a protein shake in me so I can do the their exercise routine. I need to work out. So then I need to make food proper. So who's got a streamer I can raid? Also, I tend to like to raid single-digit streamers. If they're, like, south of 10, that's always a good time. Fuck it. Let's do that. Fuck it. Really?
Got taken away because I got sucked into this video of Lauren Boebert had a restaurant and all of their staff were supposed to openly carry guns, and they were terrible food handlers.
Oh, imagine that. I.
Thanks for having me on, man. I'll check you out later.
Later, fucking nonsense. Thanks for hanging out. I'm thinking we might raid over to level. I know I already kicked it off for Carpe, but we've raided Carpe before, and Carpe comes around, but I don't think we've ever raided level. I'm gonna pull back on that one really quickly.
You know, into like leaving the church or whatever.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Yeah, I'm going over to level instead. Level hangs out a bunch, and so yeah, we've never raided into level. Yeah, you're welcome, Resolution. So we'll do that, and I'll be around. I'll be on Discord off and on. I might do some gaming too. But yeah, I need to start food prep. I'm gonna get some sweet potatoes done here. Get them baking off. Get the fucking godforsaken protein shake made. And then core. Actually, you know what? Given that I have to drink the protein shake, I'll wait on the core. Legs, arms, then core. Then I need to fix my bike. I need to install the new inner tube in my back tire that popped the other night. So maybe I can get some cardio done tonight as well. Who knows? But either way, yeah, thanks for hanging out. Tomorrow's a late stream. Also, I'm seeing my Dom again tomorrow night, so might have a Degen story time. Either way, tomorrow's the 11:30 p.m. stream, and then we're already back to another bad movie night on Friday. So catch y'all later.